What's going on, everybody? Sorry, we're a bit late tonight. I don't really think anybody minded or missed me, but you never know. There may be one person out there crazy enough. Alright, we're 4-2. Wow.
Oh, say does.
Nah.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for this NBA presentation. Very early in the season, but a lot of excitement still in the air, Grant.
No question, BA. I mean, the fan base will usually carry it until their team is mathematically eliminated. Fans in this league are so passionate
What
about
the
their
hell
teams.
are you guys doing already?
Things that makes the NBA so great.
Here are the five for the Lakers. At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
Oh, my. Tight defense, but Doncic just muscles it in.
Pass to Duran. Now here's Harris. It's Hayes with the rebound. Cunningham against Reeves. Here's Hachimura. And the layup is good.
Nice.
Just taking it right
Good
to
start.
the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Thompson passes to Cunningham. James brings the double team. Duran finds Ivy. Duran the screen. And it's good. Off the back of the rim and in.
Look at the IQ. Such a smart play for a young player. Ivy executed the pick perfectly.
The Pistons have had quite a few high lottery picks of late, Stan. However, they haven't had much success yet.
Well, Brian, you know, sometimes it takes a lot of time. Some teams will come together quicker. Some players and some teams need more time to develop. Detroit's just got to keep adding to what they have and continuing to develop the players that are already in their system.
And a great fan base in Detroit, starving for victories. James against Ivy. And that one drops for him.
There we go.
Forget his age. LeBron is still one of the strongest players in the league.
Cunningham looking it over. From down in the low post, it goes.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
Doncic passes to James. The shot is good. Doncic making the play. James has gotten his second bucket on the night.
Well, you can't start the game much better than this. 4 of 5 from the field.
Here's Duran. And the dunk by Duran.
Man, this defense
Physical
sucks.
play by Duran at the rim, which doesn't allow much room for interference.
Doncic with it. Now guarded by Duran. Doncic with the bucket.
Great touch there. It's just so tough to defend a floater like that.
Thompson passes to Duran. About 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Some solid defense from Hayes. On the wing, Hachimura. That one is off. Good D by Harris. The Pistons trailing. Ivy finds Cunningham. Rebounded by LeBron.
Those are precisely the looks this team is trying to create.
Yeah, quality offense will serve you well in the long run. You can't settle for bad shots.
And
Oh,
it's
come
Doncic
on, man.
missing.
And it didn't register as an official block, but he did everything you want in disrupting that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
2 points. That one goes. Cunningham's got his second basket.
Yep, and that's a confidence builder for Cunningham. Good to see him getting it done inside.
And we've got a timeout called by J.J.
This ain't a
Redick.
good start.
We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. And some changes here for Detroit. Beasley's checked in for Harris. Hardaway comes in for Ivy. And it's Dennis Schroeder in for Cunningham. It's Reeves with the drive. James outside. Pass to Finney-Smith. Can't get it to fall.
Oh, you gotta finish at the rim right there. You hate seeing those opportunities go to waste.
And they take the lead.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
A chance at a 2-for-1 if they'd like.
And I really can't see why they wouldn't.
Here's Finney-Smith. Off with the layup. The Pistons leading. Pass to Thompson. Outside Hardaway. Fires the three. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. This is their first game against Detroit this season.
It was surprising they lost both games to this team last year.
Oh
You
my
would have
God.
thought the opposite.
This is terrible.
Thompson outside. Off target from outside. Here's Vincent. Still without a bucket. Reeves with the ball. For three, James. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. Pistons ahead. They lead by a bucket. And the second quarter is on.
This ain't gonna be a good start.
And close game underway so far. We'll see if either
I got
of these
like
teams
two,
can jump out
3
ahead
guys
in the
that can make
second quarter.
baskets.
All right, guys, looking at what we've seen from the Pistons, what do you think?
But what I love is the tremendous belief in their bench. They were looking for points, and their reserves delivered.
Yeah, they really trust their depth. They have no problem relying on their bench in crucial situations.
And the Lakers, looking at who they've got. We've got Jared Vanderbilt, Austin Reeves out there with Gabe Vincent. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith, and it's Connect in at the small forward position. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Thank you, Brian. Well, the Pistons have struggled despite the improvement of their young cornerstone, Cade Cunningham. He said, quote, "This league rewards winning. People are going to say everything I'm doing is empty and meaningless until I win games. That's what I plan on doing, and once I do that, all the other stuff will come with it." Guys?
That's a great perspective to keep right there, Allie. Thank you. And, Coach, how about the Thompson twins making their impact felt in the 2023 draft?
Yeah, Brian, we've seen twins in the NBA before, albeit not very often. But these two made history that draft day, becoming the first pair of twins to be selected in the top 5 of the same draft.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight. The Lakers making a switch here. Hachimura's checked in. And the free throw, no good. All right, Stan, as you look around the league, who stands out as the best perimeter defender right now?
There's so many good ones. OG Anunoby might be the most versatile. Drew Holiday, Derek White, KCP. Don't forget about guys like Aaron Gordon and Herb Jones, also outstanding.
Pass to Reeves. The three. Hardaway grabs the board. For Detroit, they've gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. Thompson, no good. The Lakers trail. Finney-Smith passes to Vincent. Hachimura outside. And it's slammed in by Hachimura.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. Outside Hardaway. Over Reeves. Kept alive. Outside Hardaway. All right, for those just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second. Schroeder can't get it to go. The Lakers have gone 3 of 5 since the beginning of the second. Here's Connect. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Well, scouts were buzzing about Connect's ability to attack the rim with a ton of ferocity. Now we see it in person.
It's only the second, so I'm not going to get excited.
I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. And a new group getting ready for the Pistons. Jalen Duren, he's checked in for Stewart. Tobias Harris comes in for Thompson. Ivy's checked in for Hardaway. And Cade Cunningham subbed in for Schroeder. LeBron, he's checked in for the Lakers. Luka Doncic comes in for Vincent. Harris passes to Cunningham. to win the cold spell. And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Lakers?
Well, a lot of times you'll hear coaches yell, get the ball inside, and you can see why. Good things happen when you get the ball into the paint.
You know, another thing that has impressed me has been their numbers of points in the paint, just dominating down there. They're just getting whatever shot they want in close.
The 2K leaderboard highlighting.
Don't ask me why I keep passing it. I think I keep hitting the button when I'm
And of course,
jumping.
LeBron James.
You got to give credit to how both of these guys see the floor. They're all about moving the rock and trying to set their guys up. This is why their teammates love playing with them.
Thompson, he's checked in for the Pistons. And so he makes both from the line. There's a minute 59 left in the first half. Ivy outside. Duran finds Cunningham. Thompson against James. Just 5 on the clock. And here's Ivy from the arc. Knocks down the long James.
Damn. All
Ivy's
right.
got 5.
And something Ivy continues to improve. He's becoming a real threat from downtown.
Doncic against Cunningham. And it's Doncic missing. Detroit has gone 2 of 5 from distance here in the second quarter. And make no mistake, Cade Cunningham is the engine of this team, Grant.
And his vision and playmaking are crucial to the offense. Coach trusts him to make the right reads and set up his teammates. He has cut down on mistakes and is rounding into an elite point guard.
And let's use this break to recognize your Western Conference Player of the Week, Luka Doncic.
Oh, it's been so much fun to watch him on the offensive end recently. He's really his team's engine on that end of the floor, sparking plays and helping them find open shots and big points.
James passes to Hachimura. Here's Connect. Ivy defends. Doncic with it. Takes a 3. Luka! Lethal!
I like when Doncic goes right up with it, giving the defense no time to react.
Cunningham passes to Harris. Thompson scanning the floor. To the middle. Fades back. Here's Duran. Banked it in off the glass. Give him 8 points now.
Damn.
You have to put a
That was
body on
close.
Duran. He's quick, he's athletic,
All right.
and he has that 7'5" wingspan.
Pass to Connect. Now Doncic. There's the 3. And it's Dorian Finney-Smith with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second personal foul. Coming onto the floor.
The Pistons have gone just 5 of 12 here in the second quarter. Ivy outside. Pass to Cunningham. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. Detroit on top, up by 2. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Guys, I want to talk about something else for just a second. Is it me, or have the alternative jerseys around the league gotten a little too creative?
I wish you wear an alternative jersey every once in a while, Ernie.
Yeah, man. You know, your threads are getting a little bit stale. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, what's up with this? And weaving back to the first half of our game, Cade Cunningham showing out.
He's been looking for a shot early on.
Thanks for joining us. Time to head back over to the third quarter.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Jalen Duran with a strong contribution so far on this one.
He's been on a tear so far, throwing down some vicious dunks. I was a little worried for the rim in the first half.
Well, as a defense, you can't allow him that much room in the post. That's just asking for trouble.
Down low, it's going to be Harris and Duran. Cunningham and Ivy work together as the backcourt. And it's Thompson in at the 3 spot. That's the 5 on the floor for the Pistons.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. You just missed it.
Now Ivy. Cunningham outside. From outside the arc. Cunningham confident in his range.
Wow, Cunningham dialing it up from 3-point range.
And it's Doncic on the drive. And Doncic with the jam.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
Well, it's always a big plus when you have a point guard that can attack the rim like that. Puts so much pressure on the defense.
Nice finish from Luka.
The size and strength of Doncic can go overlooked. I mean, he's more than capable of scoring there in the paint.
Ivy passes to Harris. Cunningham on the wing, guarded by Doncic. Pass to Duran. The shot's good on the assist by Cunningham. Cunningham's got 3 assists now in this one.
They're going to work inside. I like how confident Jalen is from this area.
All right, let's take a quick pause and look at the best shooting teams from last season. Los Angeles, second.
They were so consistent with their shooting. Maybe not lights out, but they played smart and didn't let good looks go to waste.
And at 6'10", Jalen Duran is an incredible athlete for his size.
Yeah, he's got a lot of bounce, which helps him as a rim protector, rebounder, and lob threat. Plus, he's got quick feet, and he's able to guard smaller guys on the perimeter.
Ivy outside. Soft touch off the glass. Now it's a 5-point Detroit lead.
They are on fire to start this second half. 3 for 3 and looking totally insane.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Kate Cunningham has
Great,
really been
now
improving
nothing's
from
gonna
distance.
drop.
He said early in his career he was playing a lot of minutes and stepping back to the NBA three-point line, he just didn't have enough legs in his shot. After his shin surgery, he redefined his form and strengthened his legs. Brian, he said it helped a lot.
That could be a silver lining of all that time off, Allie. Knocks it down from distance.
A smart decision maker with a versatile skill set. Hachimura always takes the shots that he's comfortable with.
And J.B. Bickerstaff
I'm trying.
decides to call timeout. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. A little under 2.5 minutes gone by in the third quarter. Harris on the wing. Hachimura with a rebound. Lakers trail by 4. Inside. Oh, LeBron! Just too much to handle inside.
And that's where LeBron loves to operate. Close to the bucket in the high percentage area.
Cunningham passes to Thompson. Oh, it's stolen by Doncic. Pass to Reeves. Thompson against James. Doncic outside for the tie. Oh, Luka, like a bull in there. All right, Grant, give it to us straight here. What's the deal with star treatment in the NBA, you think?
Star treatment? What is that, B.A.? No, I think some players have a reputation which might help them on 50-50 calls. And you could argue that some players have a reputation that hinders them on the 50-50 calls. So it really just all depends.
And they're dialed in offensively.
Sure are. Staying in attack mode and at the same time playing under control.
Pass to Hayes. Doncic against Cunningham. And unable to get the go-ahead bucket there.
I keep forgetting to jump
Detroit
after
has
it.
gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Oh, wasted no time on that one. Ivy's got 10 points.
And in the second half here, they're shooting a terrific percentage from 3.
Outside Reeves. James finds Doncic. from deep. Duran with a rebound. Duran's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Ivy passes to Harris. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. And now a 5-point Pistons lead.
And playing very well here in the second half. I mean, their shooting percentage is now over 50% from the field.
Hayes, shot's good. Hayes has got his first points of the game.
When it's this close, every bucket matters. You need good looks.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. And that one's good. Cunningham.
Keep getting him the ball. He's been a huge part of this offense.
Doncic passes to James. Nice work inside from James.
And I love LeBron's shot selection. Just has a keen sense for when he should look to score.
Now here's Cunningham. Off target with the free throw line, Jay.
Hey, sometimes the best looks don't equate to points.
We're at the end of the third quarter, and we've still got a close one. The Pistons on top. They're up by 3. We've reached the fourth quarter in what has been a very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. Detroit leading by 3. On the court for the Lakers to start the fourth. At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Gabe Vincent out there with Connect. And it's Finney Smith in at the center position.
Can't ask for a better look with the game in the balance.
James passes to Finney Smith. Hachimura with the ball. And here's Vincent. And that one's good.
Their defense just falls apart once the ball goes inside.
Here's Schroeder. Beasley outside. Schroeder, a screen on James. Beasley for 3. Hachimura with a rebound. Hachimura's got 4 rebounds now. Pass to Connect. Fires the 3. Gets the 3 ball to go. And that makes it a tie ball game.
And just unreal from outside with deep range. Connect is just knocked down.
Outside Schroeder. Stewart, a screen on James. Beasley misses. Los Angeles has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup.
And you see the awareness Connect has a good understanding for when his guys are open.
We've gone about a minute and a half into this fourth quarter. Here's Schroeder. Pass to Holland. Will it go? And it goes straight through with a swish.
Well, if you came here looking for a scoring battle, I think you made the right choice.
Yeah, and how great FB's offense has been for these teams tonight. Just fantastic execution.
And it's a completely new group for the Pistons. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
I was able to listen in on what J.J. Redick was going over with his team. Well, coach is thrilled with their 3-point shooting, saying in the huddle, guys, let's keep it up. Continue to shoot it from deep. It's working. They've been on fire from distance so far.
Damn it.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Here's Thompson. It's Hayes with the rebound. The Lakers have gone 3 of 4 in the fourth and looking confident on offense. Off target at the rim. Detroit has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Well, it'll be fun to watch Asar Thompson develop over his first few years in the league.
That free throw is good from Thompson. Both free throws good from Thompson. And here's Doncic. He'll bring it up for Los Angeles. Trailing by 2. Hayes finds Hachimura. Thompson against James. Pass to Doncic. Luka against resistance.
And from the moment he stepped into the league, Luka's been a big-time player.
Here's Cunningham. That's his 6th make in 11 tries.
Big time points from Cunningham. Good to see him stepping up in these moments.
Here's Doncic. Oh, Doncic shakes off the pressure.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
Well, you know this is when they lean on him, and he delivers with a much-needed score.
And it's out of bounds.
Nice.
They say it was
I
last
needed
touched
that.
by Cunningham. The Lakers have gotten 5 of their 7 shots to fall in this final quarter. And it's Doncic on the drive. And Doncic hammers it home.
How about the dunk off the drive? Doncic, terrific at navigating his way inside.
There's Cunningham with the 3. Drains the triple. Cunningham's got 10 points here in the second half.
You expect he's going to find a way to pull through in the clutch.
Doncic on the wing. The 3 is up. Another miss by Doncic. Detroit has gone 1 for 3 in the fourth quarter from range. Again, the miss by Cunningham.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Here's James. The rebound by Detroit. Cunningham passes to Ivy. Cunningham against James. And it's Cade with the finish inside.
Cunningham's teammates and coaches trusted
Just
him
when I
to
thought I
make
had
the
it, too.
spot.
And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. The pressure is on, and he's got a plan to share with his guys. 1:03 left to play in the fourth quarter. And here's Doncic outside. They get it back. Here's Hachimura. And he sinks it. Oh, what a sensational bucket. That brings him within 1. Here's Cunningham. Cunningham can't get that one to fall.
Yeah, you have to knock those down. Open shots inside the arc are rare in this league.
Reeves, the pass to James. The layup misses.
Come on, LeBron.
Pass to Ivy. Back to Thompson. Now Harris. Here's Cunningham. And it's in.
There is absolutely no fear in his eyes. He loves the moment.
Yeah, and I can
God
say
damn.
from experience, his coach just breathed a huge sigh of relief.
I need a miracle here.
And here's Doncic outside. And it's Harris with the rebound.
He continues to let it fly, but the makes have been few and far between. And a smart choice right there. I mean, you can't allow them to just drain the clock.
And so they choose to intentionally foul. So the first one drops, and that gives him a 4-point cushion. And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. Stolen by Ivy. And they're going to prolong the game with an intentional foul. He drops the first one, and that puts him up 5.
And how can you not be excited about Ivy's potential? You can tell he wants to keep getting better.
Great composure there. Calmly knocks them down to put this game out of reach.
And he buries it.
He's really finding his rhythm here. I mean, smart move to keep feeding him the ball.
Yeah, when you have a guy playing like he has been recently, he's got to be the first option on every possession.
Good on the first, and that puts him up 5. Second free throw, no good that time. He really wanted that one. So it's Detroit picking up the win. Boy, a hard-fought game. They did a great job of holding on to the lead at the end.
Yeah, get the coffee, because that's the way to close. You're going to face some obstacles in the game, but they overcame every one.
All right, now let's check in. Allie, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks.
Hello, and thanks for joining us, folks, for this midweek NBA. Greg is a player. How long does the excitement of a new season last?
I'd say it starts to wear off right about now. You got to start bringing your own motivation to every game, and you need to provide your own energy.
And now the Lakers starting group. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. He's out there with Rui Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the 1. Looking at the last game for the Lakers, it was a loss to the Pistons in Detroit. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
Once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
Pass to Wells. Jackson has the open look. Gets the three-pointer to fall.
It works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Now here is Hachimura. Back to Doncic. Lakers passing it around. Hells with the steal. Here's Bain. A shot missing. And Reeves has got the ball here for the Lakers. And this is the first season matchup for them against the Grizzlies.
And they dropped the season series to these guys a year ago. Not their proudest moment.
And the rejection by Jackson. And it's Morant missing.
Okay, it's taking them a moment to find their rhythm, opening the game with some uneven 1-for-4 shooting.
Hayes finds James to the left side wing. Back to Hachimura. Los Angeles with another miss. Grizzlies have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. It's an odd stat, but what I'm going to throw out there anyway, the Memphis Grizzlies set an NBA record last season for players used in a season.
Kevin, this isn't football.
The hell was that?
33 different guys suited up last season. That tells you how difficult it was. Constant change, hard to build chemistry, and let's face it, hard to win games.
Now here's Morant. After Luka Doncic's miss.
Oh, he's got some hot. Morant, this man loves to attack the rim whenever he gets the chance. And when I mean any chance, I mean any chance.
Santi Aldama's checked in for Wells. And Los Angeles making a change here as well. Finney Smith's checked in. The Lakers off to a slow start. It's a 3-point game. This game coming after a loss against the Pistons.
Hey, they had their opportunities, but let's face it, they choked from the line. Hard to win that way on the road.
Yeah, missing from the line became contagious. That happened. They just picked the worst time to do it.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, thank you very much. LeBron James is still dominating at an age where most players are well into their retirement. How does he do it? He said, show up, put the work in, and then go out and trust it. I'm just trying to push the limit. See how far I can take this thing. It's me versus Father Time. Kevin, back to you.
And David, that's one you're always going to win against Father Time. Hey, thank you for the report. And Reeves has got the ball here for L.A. They trail by 1. James in the post. Jackson on him. Here's Doncic. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead there.
Those are chances. Almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
And every year, and Greg, we agree, Bain seems to get better and better as a playmaker.
Doesn't overdo anything with his passing. Looks more and more comfortable creating off the driving kick. He's become a large part of this offensive engine.
Here's Morant. After the basket by Los Angeles. Bain finds Morant. And finished off by Morant.
Not just a scorer, Bain is willing to set up others and does a very good job of it.
LeBron passes to Reeves. Back to Hayes. Now Doncic from outside the arc. That's in, and that's his 4th basket of the night. He's taken 7 shots, a solid 57%.
No doubt about the consistency when it comes to scoring the basketball for him tonight. A real nice lift for their offense.
Now here's Morant. 23 points for him in the last game against the Nets in Brooklyn.
And also 3 steals, so he showed some grit and determination on the defensive side.
Lakers have gone 5 of 9 from the field here in the first. LeBron's shot is good.
There we
At
go.
this point in time, like, you have to understand that if LeBron James is on the inside, he has so many ways to beat you. A little contact's not going to do anything.
Morant with a wide open look. No good from outside. Doncic passes to Hayes. Bane with the steal. It's been all about Luka Doncic for the Los Angeles Lakers. He finishes with 9. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Lakers.
They've started the game the right way, penetrating the defense and attacking the rim. They're just not settling.
Also, they're getting into the teeth of the defense. Points in the paint, something coaches always love to see.
So on the floor for the Lakers to start this second quarter, Austin Reeves out there with Vincent. Then there's Jared Vanderbilt. Then it's Connect. And it's Finney-Smith in its center. Pippen outside. Drills it from outside. Pippen's got the second quarter going with the first basket of the period for Memphis. And something you see with the Lakers, they really trust their role players, don't they, Richard?
Yeah, LeBron does a great job of empowering his group. That's why he's top 5 in the league all time in assists. If you earn his trust, he will give you a ton of space to work. The Lakers know that they can only go as far as their great group of role players.
And Kennard wide open. He shoots. And again, it's the Grizzlies from deep.
And after that ragged first quarter,
Oh, I knew that was coming.
momentum, some confidence. Excellent.
Wells is checked in for Memphis. The Lakers also with a sub. Hachimura is checked in for Vanderbilt. Pass to Vincent. To the wing right side. Here's Connect. It's deflected. They retain possession. And finished off by Finney-Smith.
Good to see a player going all out when the game's this tight.
You know, G.A., he knows what his job is. Control the offensive glass.
He's just giving them everything he has. It's what his teammates appreciate and enjoy playing with him.
Just focusing on the task at hand. That's all you can do.
Yeah, when the game is up for grabs like this one has been, it's all about the attention to detail.
Connect with it. Aldama's there. Hachimura. The Grizzlies pull it in. Coming off that loss against the Nets.
Here we go.
Yeah, tough game on the road. The guys you're defending, obviously comfortable shooting in their own building. You've got to find a way to break their rhythm.
Well, they weren't fighting through screens. Their closeouts and rotations were late. You name it,
And
let's
just
say
like
they
that.
didn't do it on defense.
And that is quickly becoming Jackson's domain. He's such a strong finisher in the paint.
Here's Finney-Smith. And the call on the shot sends him to the line. Greg, we know about the Euro step, but is the decel the next move that's getting more notice?
I think it is, Kevin. And you can see players have quickly incorporated that into their arsenal. It's been fun to watch, man. And I tell you, it creates some uncomfortable situations.
Looking at who's out there now for the Grizzlies. Baines checked in for Santi Aldama. And it's Morant in for Pippen. Pass to Connect. Back to Vincent. Here's Connect. No scoring in this one.
And to put things simply, this has not been his choice.
Down low. And Jackson throws it down.
You're taking a little bit of a risk when you get that fancy, but Jackson, he's got the bounce to pull it off.
And great camera work showing up on the AT&T 5G Slam King. Here's Connect. Offensive struggles continue, missing again.
You know, some people could say he's struggling on offense this period. I like to think of more of drowning. Just can't seem to find his confidence.
What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Grizzlies?
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
And in addition, the three-point shooting has been dialed in tonight. They seem poised for a big game from deep.
The offensive rebound and the rejection by LeBron.
And Braun with the block. Look, the shooters are working hard, but he is all over them.
Good on the triple.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
And you look at the Grizzlies' defense the last few years, RJ extremely disruptive.
Yeah, they've been top of the league in steals and blocks. That's just a part of the DNA in Memphis. It can be exhausting playing against guys like this.
For Memphis, they have shot just one free throw earlier, 1 for 1 in the game.
And their free throw percentage as a unit last year, 76%, right around the middle of the road.
Some changes for Memphis. Clark comes in for Edey, and it's Jackson in for Santi Aldama. The Lakers also changing it up. Jackson Hayes comes in for Vanderbilt. And it's Austin Reeves in for Connect. Here's Jackson. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Oh, a tricky move by Jackson Jr. Using a little pump fake to get the defender off balance.
And Richard, when it comes to Jaren Jackson, there's a lot to appreciate. My goodness.
Oh, I love that he can guard 1 through 5. Really a modern defensive NBA big man. He can go back to the basket or he can face up. He doesn't need the ball to make a huge impact.
And there's the basket. Whistle blows and a chance for a three-point play. Going to the line for 1.
And they've gotten away from the inside game this quarter. It was working well for them in the first. They should get back to that game plan. Work it inside and punish the D down low.
Memphis leading by 12.
Yeah, I ain't coming back.
Morant left side. Looking to get it going. He lays it in. Morant's got 6.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
Doncic kicks to James. Some nice passing here by Los Angeles. And it's Doncic. That time on the assist by Hayes. 12 points for him.
And the shooting has really been there for him today, but he may have to take it upon himself to continue to carry this team and try and get out of this hole.
Count the basket.
A point guard with length. Morant can do a little bit more than just handle himself inside.
Stolen by Jackson, and it's Memphis on the break. Doncic with the block. The clock runs out, and we're heading to halftime. Grizzlies out in front. They lead by 13. Live from the FedEx Forum, you're watching 2K Sports.
Taking a look at Los Angeles, you expect this game to go down to the wire, and if it does, it'll be good for the coaches to see.
And now moving on. How about Jaren Jackson Jr. in the first half? Getting it done.
Really, Jaren Jackson's great.
And that's a halftime.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. You know, Luka Doncic has been exceptional here, guys.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
And you love that mindset he has going at the rim. He hasn't settled for anything, and he's been the aggressor all game long.
Morant is the point with Bane out on the wing. Jackson is out there with Brandon Clark. And it's Wells in at the 3. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis. On the wing, Jackson. He's covered by Hachimura. Lock at 6. Bane against Reeves. Bane, no good.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
And the Grizzlies leading by 11. Wells passes to Bain. And here's Morant. Knocked away. And stolen by James. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, the Grizzlies retired Marc Gasol's number 33 last season. You may recall he moved to Memphis.
Maybe I do have a
team,
shot at this
watching
still.
his older brother Powell play for the Grizz. Mark said, I had a very unique perspective, that of a fan. When I came back as a Grizzlies player, I carried that with me. Kevin, that pride certainly showed.
Pride's a great word to use. No question, DA. Thank you. Pass to Hachimura. Beyond the arc. And the rebound goes to the Grizzlies. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. And you can never really count out these Los Angeles Lakers. Greg, can you?
No, I really don't think you can. They battle out of the play-in tournament. They overcome obstacles, and they have tremendous willpower.
Jackson scored the bucket. He's made 5 so far,
Damn.
shooting a very clean 5 of 7.
Yeah, big night for Jackson so far, scoring with enthusiasm on that offensive end.
And a chance now to see how teams are faring across the league. Here's the latest edition of the Power Rankings. You look at San Antonio, they ascend up the lists to number 3 with some spirited play.
And seeing where the Lakers are, they have to like the progression that we've seen. Bit by bit, everything coming together. Consistency going forward will be key. I love the spirit he's shown tonight, particularly on the offensive end.
He's going to keep putting up shots regardless of the score. That's the kind of player he is.
Bain kicks to Jackson. To the inside. Here's Wells. And the rejection by James. Doncic steps on the gas. And the dunk by Doncic.
And if you give Luka just a sliver of daylight, this is what you get.
So timeout called here. The first for Memphis. RJ last season, LeBron passed 40,000 career points. Do you think we'll ever see someone get even close to that number again?
Probably not, Kevin. Not in my lifetime. You have to understand, you're going to have to score 25 points a game for 20-plus seasons to even have a chance. LeBron, he's one-on-one.
And Memphis making a change here. Aldama's checked in. Dorian Finney-Smith's checked in for Los Angeles. Morant passes to Clark. No good that time.
Yeah, and that was lining up to be a huge alley-oop, but they just couldn't quite connect.
Just go to show how tight your timing needs to be on this kind of play.
And now you see them starting to really work the ball inside.
Outside Jackson. To the middle. Oh, and that one, no.
Just when I start to come back, they
Big slam
they
from
just
Bain.
keep putting it out of reach.
He uses that athleticism in close.
Finney-Smith passes to Reeves. And here's Hayes. He's covered by Clark. The Lakers moving the ball around. Shot clock at 6. Finney-Smith finds Doncic. Again, Los Angeles.
Ooh, he's on a bit of a heater now. He hasn't missed one this quarter yet.
And here's Morant. He'll bring it up for the Grizzlies. Leading by 5. We've got 1:13 left in the third. Can't cash in from close range. Here's the Lakers with the ball. They're on a 12-4 run right now. James looking around. Pass to Doncic. To the right side. Finney-Smith kicks to James. The baseline jam. It's Clark with the rebound.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
And foul on the shot.
Ah,
So
come
he'll get
on,
a
I didn't
chance at
touch
the
him.
line. Even dating back to his high school days, Desmond Bain was overlooked as a prospect.
Yeah, he wasn't even ranked by any major recruiting services. That just lets you know that the scouts don't always get it right. Then he fell to the 30th pick in the 2020 draft. He's made a lot of teams regret passing on him.
Edey's checked in for the Grizzlies. Pippen comes in for John Morant. The Lakers also making some changes. Vanderbilt's checked in for Hayes. Connect comes in for James. And it's Gabe Vincent in for Luka Doncic. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Well, Connect started his NBA journey at a community college, grew 3 inches while he was there, eventually transferred to a major program and turned himself into a first-round pick.
Wells, he's checked in for Bain. And Los Angeles making a change here as well. Hachimura is checked in. Outside Pippen. Here he goes. Right wing. Rallies wide open. That ball's nicely on the feed that time from Pippen. Wells has got 5 now. From deep, Reeves. And we've reached the end of the third. Grizzlies lead by 9. We'll take a quick...
I don't think I'm coming back.
To a terrific pass that we're calling tonight our State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery.
A lot of times a spectacular pass is more impressive than a spectacular shot. This is one of those times.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. So for the Lakers right now, in it forward for them, it's James and Hachimura. Connect out there with Gabe Vincent. And it's Finney Smith in at the center position. Oh, LeBron's just too strong inside.
Yeah, just too much big boy basketball by LeBron James. Just bodying defenders inside.
Pippen feeling it out a bit. Pass to Wells. Off target from three-point range. Lakers trail by 9. In the corner, it's James. Floats one up. Edey with the rebound. Edey's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Here's Pippen. Capitalizes off the crossover. And the Grizzlies lead by 11.
And even with the big lead, he remains focused on the task at hand.
If he has space in the mid-range, he'll let it fly. Doesn't matter if the score is tied or they are up big.
About a minute and a half through the fourth quarter now. Pass to Wells. Puts up a deep 3. Hachimura grabs the miss. For Los Angeles, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. And LeBron James gets it to go.
Wow, has he flipped the switch at halftime. Much more effective here in the second half.
The Grizzlies call timeout. And some changes here for the Grizzlies. Brandon Clark, he's checked in for Edey. Jackson comes in for Santi Aldama. And it's John Morant in for Pippen. The Lakers also changing it up. Hayes, he's checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Austin Reeves comes in for Connect. And Doncic is subbed in for Vincent. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, Memphis' head coach had some words for the team during the break. Now, he told his guys not to get comfortable. He said, so we've got a little breathing room. So what? That's no reason to slow down out there. He wants them to keep the effort up. Guys?
Okay, David, much appreciated. Morant reaches to Clark. And it's Clark slamming it down.
Quick off the floor and powerful. Clark loves to attack that rim.
Doncic powers it home.
Puts the D in a tough spot when you have a point guard who can throw it down.
He really does, GA. He really does put pressure on him.
Yeah, hard to strategize for a guy who can make a pass or outplay like this right in your face.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
Effort like this makes you wonder if they've already packed it in for the game, ready to go on to the next. Gotta at least show a little heart out here.
Eye-popping talent from Doncic. We don't see many players with his size and skill set.
Here's Morant. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Bain, no good. Lakers trail by 8. Reeves the pass to Doncic.
Oh my God.
Bain against Reeves. Looking to get back on track here. And Morant throws it down.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
And here's Reeves outside. Nailed from three-point land.
It's the confidence of Austin Reeves. He just knows what his shot is.
Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've got about 3.5 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Clark, a screen on Doncic. And it's Morant missing. Lakers trail by 7. Hachimura finds James. Lakers passing it around. And here's Doncic from the arc. And the Lakers hit again from deep.
How about the poise from Doncic right there? He ups the ante when it's a critical possession here in the game.
And they call the foul, so he's got the and one chance here to make it a three-point play.
Massive points from Morant, willing to take the big shots.
And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for Memphis.
They're moving the ball around so well, guys. Quick passing, letting the next guy do the work if you don't have a look.
And also, they took advantage of their quickness, got inside and blew through the open lanes. Great job of attacking the paint.
First free throw is good, and that increases their lead to 6. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 7-point game.
He knows how important it is converting at the line and building up his lead.
And here's Doncic from the arc. And the rebound by Jaren Jackson. And so Morant will bring it up for the Memphis Grizzlies. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points.
This is a do-or-die possession. They have got to get points.
Anything other than a make is game over. This is where you lean on your stars to get you to the finish line.
23 seconds left in the fourth. To the paint. Here's Clark. Tries again. It's rebounded by Hayes. And he commits the intentional foul.
You have to foul, but I'm sure they would have liked to foul someone different.
Good on the first, and that increases their lead to 6.
Taking 2 shots.
And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. So it's Memphis picking up the win. Probably a little closer than they would have liked it, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, but I really got a sense that the fans gave them that emotional boost that was needed down the stretch. This crowd, man, they were electric.
I'm pretty sure I'm only winning 4 games this season.
At
this rate.
All right, David, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our
Hey, let's get our 3rd loss of the night here.
And as the Lakers entered the building, there was a fierce look. Greetings, folks. Thanks for tuning in to some crafty veterans on both of these rosters, Clark. How do you see that impacting the games?
Well, BA, it's going to lead to some high-level basketball. You got a roster full of high IQ players. They know what it takes to get W's. I'm very much looking forward to this matchup because of that.
Here are the 5 for Philadelphia. Joel Embiid is out there with Kelly Oubre. Then there's George. Then it's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2. Embiid, good.
Embiid, a versatile shot maker, showing off his mid-range game there.
Doncic outside. Here's James. That one falls. Great setup by Doncic.
Whatever the defense gives, that's what he takes. a sign of a skilled offensive player.
And now we'll go to Allie LaForce, who had a chance to talk with J.J. Redick.
I talked with him about Joel Embiid and asked him what he wants his team to do against him defensively. And he said, I told our big guys to play with physicality out there, but to also know when to go straight up and not let him bait us into silly fouls. It's not an easy assignment, but coach seemed confident in their chances of containing Joel. Guys?
Okay, thanks, Allie. Now here's Hachimura. It's hauled in by Oubre. And we're joined now by Shams Charania. He's calling in with a story. Good to have you, Shams. What's going on?
Thanks. Well, the Sixers this summer signing Paul George to create a star trio, along with the great value signings around the edges, Philly is widely regarded as one of the league's most improved rosters. And guys, this team is poised to compete with the league's best. They have a big three, and they have a real chance now to win a championship.
No doubt about it. Appreciate the update. Thanks, Shams.
You know, right now they're just 1 for 5. Rough start so far.
Here's Doncic. Oh, he powers right through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul, too. And he'll go to the line. It's going to go on Tyrese Maxey. Clark, when you watch Luka Doncic play, how is he able to just control the games like he does?
He's a savant. That's all I can say. He's way ahead of himself. I mean, this guy's been a pro since he was 13 or 14 years old. There's nobody else in the NBA that's been a pro that long, I don't think. So, unique in that regard. Great size, uncanny, underrated strength. And then his vision, his pace.
I'm not getting excited because I know how this is going to go.
Really not ever be sped up or out of control.
Doncic against Maxey. Takes it inside, and he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Boy, I like it. Quick, aggressive move by Maxey.
The Lakers have gone 4 of 6 in the first quarter. Here's Doncic, and Embiid with the block. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Here's Oubre, and he drains the quick shot. And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. Talking about Tyrese Maxey, Grant, here's a guy who's improved every year.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, from averaging 8 as a rookie to 26 points during his breakout 4th year, Maxey has added to his game every offseason and turned himself into an elite scorer.
And Los Angeles making a change here. Finney Smith's checked in. And Doncic hammers it home.
Luka, there's so many physical gifts. Taking flight right there.
And in the first quarter, about 3 minutes played. Pass to Grimes. Now George. Takes the 3. Gets the 3 to fall.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Here's Doncic. Comes up empty down low. The Sixers trailing. It's George on the wing. Here's Oubre. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead.
It hasn't been his best quarter. I mean, he's trying to shoot himself out of a slump.
George with a steal. Maxey with it. Now Doncic defending. Doncic with a block.
Luka's sheer size makes him a mismatch for most guards.
And so it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. And always interesting to look back at last season. These were the NBA's best transition teams. In the third spot, Los Angeles. 5th on the list, the 76ers.
And last season, these teams really pushed the pace in transition. Once they had the ball, they looked to get up the floor quickly and capitalize.
Now here's Edwards. Connects from downtown.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Here's Finney Smith. James outside. And it falls. 2 for 3 from the field so far.
I tell you what, it reminds me of one of my college coaches who used to say, that ain't going to get it done. That's 5 straight baskets in the paint now.
Edwards can't hit. For Los Angeles, they've got 6 of 10 attempts to fall. Pass to Reeves. Doncic feeling it out a bit. And the layup falls. Doncic has got 8.
You know, the defense has been very slow to adapt. I mean, that's 10 straight points now inside.
Here's McCain. He's covered by Reeves. A nice shot by McCain. 26 seconds left now in the first quarter. Outside Finney Smith. That's tipped. Here's James. Oh, he nails that one. 3 for 4 now. 12 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Maxey with it. This one for 3. The shot no good. Oh, what a performance by Luka Doncic. He has been the story for the Lakers. 8 points in the quarter, showing...
At least I'm playing a little bit better than the last couple games.
Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And a chance for a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for Los Angeles.
Well, we've seen them take advantage of the lanes given to them so far. The defense isn't plugging it up, and it's being exploited.
In addition to that, they've thrown their weight around inside tonight, too, thumping and bumping in the paint. A lot of their points have come from inside.
So on the floor for Philadelphia to kick off the second quarter, we've got Kyle Lowry. Joel Embiid is out there with Edwards. And it's McCain in at the 2 spot. And now the Sixers on the break.
Third and fast break points. And here's a team that loves sharing the ball. Top 5 in assists. They had an offense that did not stagnate.
And when you look at their field goal percentage last season, it's obvious this was a team that made smart offensive decisions and didn't rush to take shots. Hachimura's checked in for the Lakers. And Philadelphia also making a switch. Butler's checked in for Lowry. And when you look at the Lakers, a lot has happened since their championship run in 2020, Clark.
Yeah, it really has, BA, and I think some of it you have to attribute it to a significant amount of roster turnover. And then you pair that with coaching changes. One of the keys to being successful in anything and at any level and in the NBA, stability, continuity. You've got to have it with your executive management team, coaches, and players. And they've not had that, so the consistency has been hard to find.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Brian, the Sixers' 2 stars make a great pair in Maxey, said of Embiid. Since I was a rookie, he's had the ultimate faith and believed in me. And Embiid said of Maxey, he's something else. Always smiling with the same energy. Good games, bad games, always the same. People like that set the tone for everybody else. Brian?
That's a good call, Allie. Thank you. Walker, he's checked in for Philadelphia. The Sixers lead by 3. Here's McCain. And Reeves pulls it down. Los Angeles shooting really well in this matchup. 62% from the floor. Here's Yabusele. Jacks up a 3. Drops in the 3. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for Philadelphia.
I must say their defensive intensity has been impressive so far. Really making it hard for the offense to hold on to the ball.
You know, points off turnovers is something else they've excelled in. I expect the opponent at least to try to squeeze that orange a little better.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
Here's McCain. Here's Embiid. Finney Smith pulls it in.
That's exactly the look they wanted, guys. Right guy, right play, wrong result.
Hachimura, the pass to Finney Smith. Rebound by Philadelphia. Now Philadelphia with it. They're on a 10-2 run here. And about 3 minutes played now in the second quarter. To the inside. Here's Embiid. And Embiid throws it down.
I've got pity for that rim right there, Joel Embiid. That's a big man banging that thing down.
And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team.
Edwards can't hit. Lakers trail by 8. Pass to connect. For 3. And McCain pulls it down. Philadelphia has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Shot is good by Edwards.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
If it's working, keep working. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on.
And it's Edwards with the ball for the Philadelphia 76ers. They've only given up 2 points this quarter.
And adds a few more points to their lead, showing off some style.
Wow, that was prime time stuff right there.
Guys, it is symbolic of their effort here tonight.
Here's Connect, guarded by Edwards, and it's Connect missing. Now Philadelphia with it. What a stretch they've got going here. 17-2. Pass to McCain. Fires it. They get it back. Outside Walker. Puts up a 3. Can't hit. 1 for 2 now. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Here's Vincent. Up and in on the layup. Vincent.
Are you sure it went in?
Vincent's gotten his first bucket of the night.
That's been the story of their offense so far. Getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
I gotta laugh at it.
And here's Embiid. He has 6.
Should watch the instant replay and make sure it went in.
4 seconds left. Inside, Embiid gets the advantage.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
And so it's Philadelphia in a good
I can't get
situation,
nothing to
up
drop.
by 13 points to close the quarter. We hear teams talk about wanting to get the ball inside, but this is how you do it. Well, thanks very much, Allie. And folks, we'll be right back to start the second half of this game.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half court.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back while all this is going on.
Let's hear it for the participants.
Hey folks, we know you're anxious for the first half breakdown, but a surprise start to the show is only fitting with some early season power rankings.
You know, for Philadelphia, you look at the standings, they're in the middle in the playoff projections. They're right there. Not world beaters, but they're not scrubs either.
And they seem to be trending in the right direction. It's still early to judge, but they could be really good. And now, how about those first 2 quarters of play? Just a dominating performance for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Gotta appreciate the way they're moving the ball. The offense is flowing like my rap game. When you bring the bright beat, you know my name.
You know what? It is a debate. Were you a better rapper or you're a better DJ as you are today?
No, that's me, Kenny. DJ EJ. And that's it for halftime. Thank you for joining us. We send you back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
Did I miss anything interesting? Probably not.
Just about ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Boy, you look at Joel Embiid. He's playing really well right now.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Hayes is out there with Rui Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the point guard position. That's the Laker 5. James passes to Hachimura. Now here's Doncic. Doncic, counted. Grant, when you talk about consistency and officiating game to game, you think there's room for improvement?
You know, I do think so. I mean, they're allowing more contact, but overall, more clarity on what constitutes a legal guarding position would help players and officials.
Well, Maxey has proven he's got a good eye out on the floor. He'll spot those gaps in a minute.
Physical play by LeBron inside.
In the NBA, you let anyone shoot inside 5 feet, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Maxey passes to George. Over James. George, no good.
He expects to make every one of those, and we expect him to make them too.
Doncic against Maxey. Oubre on the wing. And he drops it in from the low post. Oubre's got 4 points this quarter.
Good, solid start to the half, hitting 3 out of 4.
The next checked in for Reeves. And with this pause, a check on the stats to show you which teams led the league in assists last year. The Lakers in 5th.
And what really stands out to me about this team is how they share the rock. They don't want good shots, they want great shots. And collectively as a team, that's what they seek out.
Sinks it from distance.
Boy, he's really been dominant in this one. Unfortunately, he hasn't had much help.
You know, Clark, with the Lakers, at times it is hard to maintain a sense of continuity.
Boy, it sure is, B. I mean, there's always pressure to improve or be at your best, but even more so.
Oh, great. We still got 2 more hours to go.
Of LA and all that history. And because of that, sometimes it can lead to high team turnover when you're playing for the Lakers.
George against James. Yep, count it. George has got 5 points.
I love this game plan. That's 10 points in a row from in close.
If you can't stop it, here it comes. I'm right at you.
I'm going to be honest, I've already checked out of this game.
Grimes, the pass to Maxey. Rebounded by LeBron.
Boy, defense non-existent there, but they catch a break as he whiffs it.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
You gotta love Tyrese Maxey's approach to the game. He said, quote, I really have a simple life. I had this joy about playing basketball. I like putting in the work, so I'm extremely focused, extremely competitive, and I'm out here having the time of my life. I get to do what I love every single day, and it's a blessing, unquote. Brian, he's such a positive guy.
Yeah, he really is. Thanks for that, Allie. To the wing, right side. Back to Doncic. Out to Hachimura. Pass to connect. It's stolen. Here's Grimes. Hits the trifecta. Grimes has got his first 3 points of the game.
Such an effective shooter. If you lose track of him defensively, he's gonna make you pay.
And Doncic with the jam.
Even for Doncic, this is a big night in the scoring column, giving his fans their money's worth and then some.
Outside Oubre. George is screen on Doncic. And here's Oubre from the arc. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Well, Dalton Connect had a late growth spurt during college, and it really helped his game, Grant.
He really did. I mean, B.A., he started college as a 6'3" guard, but grew 3 inches during his first 2 seasons and added some muscle. Now at 6'6", he can play confidently out there on the wing.
From 17, and he gets it to go off the front iron. He's got 7.
There's not much a defender can do when George decides to go up with the pull-up. I mean, you got to respect both his shooting and his driving ability because of his speed on the dribble.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
The Sixers lead by 13. Outside Maxey. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. And you watch Tyrese Maxey, Clark. He's so good at creating offense.
Yeah, he can get that thing rack to rack and downhill in a heartbeat, B.A. In the break and in the pick and roll, he puts tons of pressure on the defense because he's so quick. And he knows how to use angles, too. And he can shoot it from deep, so he's got the full package.
2-part equation. You have to be aggressive enough to get to the line and talented enough to sink them.
Oh, Luka playing grown man ball inside.
And he's single-handedly trying to keep them alive. Terrific scoring quarter. Will it be enough, though?
Drummond with the screen. 40 seconds left in the third quarter. Here's McCain. And that one good. McCain's gotten his third basket of the night.
You're not going to get stops against him unless you give an effort.
Priority and goal number one has to be tightening up the defense. They can't afford to give him.
Boy, if that was them, though, they would make that.
Gordon finds Drummond, and here is Maxey. Here's Yabusele. Gordon on the wing. Shot clock at 6. The layup off target.
You know, I think the effort on defense there has everything to do with why he missed that shot. Well done.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers up 15 points as this quarter concludes. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, and with the accuracy to go along with that vision. I mean, he put the ball in the absolute perfect spot. That's how you orchestrate it.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And the 76ers, looking at who they've got. They've got Joel Embiid, Kyle Lowry out there with Edwards, and it's Yabusele in at the 4. Here's McCain. No good from outside.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Pass to Goodwin. Now Finney-Smith. Embiid covers. Lowry outside. Out to the wing. Now here's Embiid. Defense right on him. Now Edwards releases. And all around the rim that time before dropping. And the 76ers lead by 15. All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the 76ers.
Their defensive intensity has served them well. It kept the offense scrambling and resulted in several steals.
And I've also noticed how opportunistic they've been off turnover. Doing a really good job taking advantage of the opponent's mistakes.
And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. Looking to get everyone dialed in and engaged. And the Lakers with some changes. Hayes comes in for Finney-Smith. And Milton subbed in for Vincent. Grimes, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Butler comes in for Lowry. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to find out what Nick Nurse was discussing with his players. He loves what the D has been able to accomplish, saying to his team, every turnover is a big success for us. Keep forcing those errors. Don't let them feel comfortable out there. So expect them to keep trying to be disruptive.
As always, Allie, we thank you.
And just good hustle. Always nice to get an easy bucket on the break.
I think one of the best ways, guys, to score in transition is that quick hitter after the first burst.
The Sixers lead by 17. Driving in. And he banks in the layup. Butler's got 4 points now in the quarter.
They are shooting the lights out and doing a good job of maintaining this lead.
Not many empty trips for this group. It seems everything's falling for him this half.
Here's James. He gets it. He's 7 for 8 and really going at him out there.
His overall size and strength really sets James apart from the rest of his peers when you think about his skill set inside.
And so it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. No doubt he's going to utilize the opportunity to make sure they're all on the same page here. We're in the fourth quarter here, just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Back to Oubre. Here's Grimes. There's the triple. Sinks the tray.
Woo. That man is laser focused. Now, that's bad defense for a team that has a long way to go to catch up.
They look pretty demoralized to me, and that always shows through at the defensive end first.
Let's take a moment to present the New Balance Player of the Game, Joel Embiid.
It's almost beyond belief what he's done in this game. He's been impossible to cool off, hitting just about everything he looks at. It doesn't matter who's guarding him. He's had an answer for just about everyone.
Well, they were coming off 2 straight losses, and he put his foot down. He stepped up his game, had a big night, and got them moving in the right direction again. Late clock, the Sixers need to put one up here. And here's Oubre from the arc. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist.
Their offense is looking like a well-oiled machine, getting any look they want.
Boy, this is borderline ridiculous. I mean, every single attempt finding the bottom of the bucket.
And Philadelphia has possession. George outside. Here in the fourth quarter, just under 2.5 gone by. Got a hand on it. Oubre against Hachimura. Pass to Goodwin. The 3-ball. The rebound by Maxey. And here are the 76ers. They're on a 14-6 run.
And you can see how scary this team can be when everything is clicking for them. Just a terrific performance for the 76ers.
And everything seemed to go their way today. They were firing on all cylinders, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., this was the kind of performance you relish as a player. Just a very impressive win.
And it's a performance that will signify their 5th win of the year.
And with this one all but in the record books, they set the tone in the first of what will be only 2 meetings between these teams.
It sure is. It's just the 2 gamers since they're in opposite conferences, and you can bet they'll take the same approach right into game 2 that they had tonight.
And we get spoiled sometimes, but we should take a second to appreciate what a sensational performance this has been for Joel Embiid.
Oh, I liked how he mixed it up on the glass. Wasn't afraid to get in there and do the dirty work. Showed some real grit and toughness tonight.
Pass to Grimes. Now here's Oubre from behind the arc. No good there. Now here's Hayes. Here's Milton. Paul George pulls it in. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. To walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance like that, that says a lot about this squad.
They really came in looking confident and didn't let anything shake them. This is what a dominant team looks like.
All right, let's go courtside to Allie. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant.
Hello, fans. Welcome to this presentation of the NBA Sunday night action right here. Here we are, Greg, looking at early.
Calling it now, loss.
Teams. It's pretty revealing.
Yeah, the first few games of the season quickly tell you what you're good at. And they tell you also what you need to work on.
Here are the 5 for the Raptors. Barnes and Pirtle make up the inside pair. Tick is out there with Emmanuel quickly. And it's Ingram in at the 3. Here's James, and he slams it down right on top of Brandon Ingram.
Sometimes LeBron just likes to take it all out on the rim, that time on display.
Here's Dick, and the dunk by Dick.
This can make it so much easier for your teammate when you throw that lead pass that gets to him right on the money, whether that's on the run or in the shooting pocket.
Faster quickly. Wants to get it to Barnes and does.
Scotty's such a good dunker. This is why the D can't let Barnes get that deep inside.
Hayes finds James. Doncic outside. Here here in the first. A little over a minute played so far. And that one, good.
Creating space. Doncic will move defenders around.
Last outing for Toronto, they won that game against Los Angeles.
Yeah, those road games are tricky, but they had a good strategy going in and stuck to what they do best.
Yeah, watching that game quarter to quarter, they sped up, they slowed down, but they executed in every facet.
Now, here's Doncic. He had an 18-point outing in the last game against Philadelphia. LeBron kicks to Hayes. 6 to shoot. To the wing on the left. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. Hachimura, no good.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
And after years of rumors around OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam, the Raptors dealt them both.
I like what they got back, Kevin. At some point, you got to cut the cord, and they did that. They brought back the hometown hero and R.J. Barrett, along with a few picks, which gives them some flexibility. So it was a time for a new direction in Toronto, and trying to add to that exciting young core is priority one.
Here's Ingram after the basket by the Lakers. Here's Dick. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And you never want to foul a jump shooter. Dick certainly qualifies as one.
Shooting for Toronto.
Yeah, he also looks like a dick.
Taking 2 shots.
And both free throws good for Dick.
And at the line, it's all about consistency with him. His routine, his stroke, it never wavers.
And J.J. Redick is called timeout. Looking for a breather. And maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, briefly spoke with J.J. Redick. Coach had praise for one of the opponents tonight, the versatile Scotty Barnes. He told me Scotty's somebody that can do it all. He can score, pass, rebound, and defend multiple positions. That's rare for a player his age. So, Kevin, Scotty's still growing as a player.
Thank you, David. Here's quickly after Luka Doncic's bucket. Here's Pirtle. A rebound by the Lakers. Coming off that loss against Philadelphia.
You guys, you just can't afford to give away points from the foul line. Not in the NBA. Teams are just too talented.
Yeah, it's not always just about free throw shooting, but it can be a large factor and disrupt your confidence.
Quickly finds Ingram. Back to Quickly. Lets it go with the 3. Knocks down the 3 ball. Quickly's got 5.
Well, Quickly can space out that floor for you, knockdown 3-point shooter.
There aren't too many players with a skill set as diverse as Brandon Ingram.
Yes, Kevin, you got to appreciate the tools that Brandon Ingram possesses. That comes with a lot of hard work. But this guy can score over smaller defenders. He's creative enough to draw contact against bigger guys and use that quickness. He's always been a scorer, but his playmaking ability over the past couple of seasons, that's something that's growing and is giving them a chance to be very competitive.
Big group substitution here for the Lakers. Vanderbilt's checked in for Jackson Hayes. Gannett comes in for Hachimura. Shake Milton, he's checked in for Goodwin. And it's Gabe Vincent in for Luka Doncic. Now, here's Barrett. And Barrett slams it in.
And Barrett will give you these kind of flashes. He got up that time.
Out left to the wing. And it's Connect in the corner. It's tipped. Now, here's Quickly. Defended by Vincent. Lakers trail by 3. Now, here's Vanderbilt. Vincent's shot is good.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Takes the 13-footer, and he connects with the jumper. He has 7.
Every now and then Quickly can feel out that mid-range and attack that area.
Milton the pass to Vincent. Back to Milton. It's rebounded by Quickly. from deep three-point territory. And the last second attempt doesn't fall. And at the end of one, both teams putting up some points. Toronto ahead. They lead by a bucket. And don't. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Toronto.
Oh, man, how about the mid-range jumper from these guys? It's on tonight, a huge part of their offense so far.
Well, a lot of the players are doing a good job as well of scanning the interior part of the paint. All those inside looks, those are paying off.
So on the floor for Toronto to start the second quarter. R.J. Barrett is out there with Brandon Ingram. Then it's Walter. Then there's Chris Boucher. And it's Shed in at the point.
Oh, from ultra close range, Doncic.
Toronto's shooting has been terrific. 54% on the game. Here's Shed. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. And Greg, you talk about toughness, the compete factor. How does a team create that culture?
Call it critical mass. When you have the entire organization and enough players committed to that kind of effort, everyone has to meet that level.
Pass to connect. Back to Vincent. Now Vanderbilt. It's a nice passing here by Los Angeles. And we're about a minute into the second quarter of play. Now Finney Smith. There's the three. And he's good on the three ball. Vincent's got the lead up to 2 now for Los Angeles.
He's going to punish you if you leave him open. He's more than willing to take the open three when he's got it.
And a moment here to look at the numbers for Ingram. He's putting up about 20 points per game, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. And you look at the numbers he's been putting up, fantastic scoring production from him.
Yeah, hard to ask for anything more at this point. He's really stepped up. He's really delivered.
And in terms of size, not your typical center, but man, he plays as big as any of them thanks to that terrific leaping ability.
Oh man, this would be a different ball game if they didn't have this type of scoring to rely on.
Here's Shed. Pass to Barrett. With the floater. Rebounded by the Lakers. Doncic right side. Doncic converts inside. Now Ingram. A 24-point outing in their last game against the Clippers. Over Vanderbilt. And it's Ingram missing.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that.
And here in the second quarter of action with a hair under 2.5 minutes played so far. And it's Connect in the corner. 5 to shoot. Pass to Vincent for the 3. Boucher with the rebound. Raptors trail by 4. Here's Shed. Here's the teardrop. And it's good on the way in.
When the player gets a feel for that floater, can really make things tough.
I keep hitting the pass every time I go up.
Sure how to go
I gotta stop
where
doing
your
that.
point of commitment is.
Big group substitution here for the Lakers. Hayes is checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. James checked in for Connect. And Goodwin subbed in for Gabe Vincent. Nobody near Barnes. The rebound by James.
The defense better tighten up on the mid-range. They're much, much tighter. You expect him to make every single one of those.
Fouled in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a 3-point play chance for him. That's going to send LeBron James to the line. It's going to go on Grady Dick. The Raptors making a switch here. Barrett's checked in. You know, it's inevitable that a player's physical abilities diminish over the course of a career. But the thing that stands out to me about LeBron James is that he never lost his insatiable drive to win. Guys, if anything, he's gotten stronger. Doncic against Barnes. James kicks to Doncic. And it's Toronto with the rebound. 1:15 left to play in the first half.
I dare you.
Barrett wide open. He fires. And it's all evened up. Barrett's got 7.
Pretty good job on the release there from RJ to get that ball away before the defense could impact.
Doncic to the rack. And Doncic throws it down.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Quickly the pass to Bertle. Dick with it. Fires the 3. LeBron grabs the miss.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
And the dunk by Hachimura.
And that's a solid flush from Hachimura.
And so quickly we'll bring it up for Toronto. Trailing by 4. Inside, here's Dick. And James pulls it down. LeBron's got 4 rebounds in this game. Oh, LeBron's just too strong inside.
And making it look easy, LeBron overwhelms the defense inside.
Pass to Dick. Barrett for 3. Good on the 3-point shot. Barrett's got 8 points here in this quarter.
Such a critical part of how their offense is going to flow. Things are only working when he seems to be on the floor.
It's been all about Luka Doncic for the Los Angeles Lakers. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. Thanks for the great interview, David, and we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime.
Thanks for tuning in. Did you miss us?
And looking at the Bucks matchup, they don't want to say it, but they are very confident coming into this one. And who can blame them?
They played some good ball this season. Their opponent,
Beat me.
not so much.
Haven't played, and I think
And
beat
in
me.
our game with the Raptors, a close, entertaining first half.
We've talked about it in the past. They have a deep rotation.
Thank you for being with us.
I'll be surprised if I win another game.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. You know, Luka Doncic has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, and through the first 2 quarters, he has been the offense for this team.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
In it forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Luka Doncic's out there with Goodwin, and it's Hayes in at the 5 down low. That's the Laker 5. Pass to James. Back to Hayes. Good, and the assist goes to James. Hayes has got the first basket of the third quarter for the Lakers.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Now, quickly. Got a hand on it, and so it looks like the Raptors will retain possession here. To the paint. Bertle, the pass to Quickly. Blocked again.
They have yet to hit a shot, a real slow start here in the second half. That's a big donut, folks, here. Start the second half, 4 straight they've missed.
And with a little over a minute gone, the second half is underway. Doncic kicks to Goodwin. James up top. 6 on the shot clock. And no good. Some solid defense from Ingram.
Had to stop rushing the shots.
Here's Barnes. Hachimura grabs the miss. Lakers leading by 3. Pass to Doncic. Close one. Doncic converts right through the defense.
Man, have they been effective at getting the ball inside.
And the timeout called by Darko Rojakovic. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Here we are in November, and let's see how things are going out east in the early season. You take a look at the Raptors. Off to a great start this season, currently in second.
Well, I think for Toronto, they're proving that all the talk we heard about them in the preseason was warranted. What a role this group's been on here early on.
And don't count on that coming to an end anytime soon. The talent level of this squad is off the charts. And with the momentum they're gathering here early in the year, it could steamroll through the season.
And so confident, even amongst the trees, Doncic is fantastic at forcing the issue close to the rim.
Los Angeles shooting their second and third free throws tonight. And he's good on the second. Barnes with it. Pass to quickly. And here is Pirtle. Jake with it. Great touch on the 16-footer. Dick's got his second basket of the night.
So much balance when Dick's in the air, always able to square his chest and make a confident throw.
Vanderbilt's checked in for Hachimura. And Toronto also making a switch. Barrett's checked in. Doncic drops the hammer.
And that kind of sums up how this game is going.
Attack-minded all the way.
Yeah, great read, calls his own number, and then sends it home.
For Jakob Poeltl, his parents paved the way for him to become a professional athlete. And I'd say Brent did a good job.
Well, it's a good point, Kevin. They were doing some blocking of their own, just not basketballs like Jakob does. Both of his parents, members of the Austrian national volleyball teams, and building some roofs on some people trying to put down a few stones.
Oh, and the jam by Pierce.
And how about RJ getting a little bit fancy with that one as he flushes it home.
Nice job capturing the moments on the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Doncic with the bucket.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
In the corner, Barrett with it. 1:36 left to play in the third. And that one's good.
Ingram just letting it rip right now on the offensive end.
And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. It's a 3-point game. Goodwin feeling it out. Back to Doncic. Out to the wing. Here's Vanderbilt. And the dunk by Vanderbilt.
And certain guys dictate the pace of the game. Doncic as much as anyone.
Raptors trail by 5. Now, here's Quickly. He's got 7. Pirtle with a screen on LeBron. That's tipped.
Something that's kept this game close is the fact that the rebound stats for both teams are almost identical.
With a burst of speed, LeBron turning on the Jets, getting past the D, and the big hammer.
Ingram outside, and there's the defensive 3-second call. The Raptors shooting their 5th free throw of the game here.
And 74% has been the mark for them on the season thus far.
And he shows the focus there, nails the technical. And the Lakers with some changes. Connect, he's checked in for Hayes. Shake Milton comes in for Goodwin. And it's Gabe Vincent in for Doncic. Here's Quickly. Finds himself wide open and drills it. Quickly's got 9 points.
You like Quickly's decision-making, that time calling his own number.
5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Vanderbilt the pass to Vincent. Stolen by Quickly. Fast break Toronto. Goes up. And that one is hammered home.
Overwhelming the defense here with the speed. Quickly so dangerous in the open floor.
On the wing, Milton. Here's Vincent. And a miss there on the triple. That concludes the third quarter. It continues to be an exciting neck-and-neck game. Lakers lead by 2. And let's take this chance now to show you the State Farm assist of the game.
And he's always been the favorite to bag this honor. These kind of feeds are his bread and butter.
Doesn't happen with every point guard in the league as far as setting your teammates up. Lots more scores now, but right there creating the scoring opportunity for his teammate.
Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the fourth quarter could have even more action in store for us. So for Toronto right now, it's Boucher out there with Ingram. Then it's R.J. Barrett. Then it's Walter. And it's Shed in at the one stop. And it's Shed missing. Lakers leading by 4. Vanderbilt kicks to Doncic. Rebound by the Raptors.
Ah, come on.
Now Ingram. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. Alton Connect picks one up.
Ingram adding more muscle and a little more moxie each and every year.
And the Lakers making a change here. Goodwin's checked in, and Toronto also making a switch. Grady Dix checked in for Walter. Doncic looking it over. Doncic going to work.
And inside, Luka knows the bucket is there, so he is willing to fight for it.
Here's Ingram. Pass to Shed. A three-pointer off the mark. Lakers lead by 4. Doncic passes to Finney-Smith. Over to the left wing. Clock at 6. Here's Vanderbilt. The rebound by Brandon Ingram.
Not going to see that very often. The defense in the vicinity, but still, he's not one to blow layups.
There's a shot that Ingram has mastered, the pull-up.
And J.J. Redick is called timeout. He's very aware of the timing here and the significance of getting things squared away with his team. And Los Angeles with some changes. Hayes is checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. And it's LeBron in for Connect. And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Hey guys, J.J. Redick's message with his team was simple. He was very fired up. He said, look, this is going to be a big win for us. We close this out, and we'll show the rest of the league who we are.
Thank you, David. With the teardrop, the Lakers with the rebound. Doncic has got 6 rebounds in the game. And Doncic throws it down.
With the skill of Doncic at 6'7", 230, it makes him an impossible matchup defensively.
Quickly looking it over. Girdle sets the pick for Ingram. To tie it up. It's hauled in by Goodwin.
And that was a little bit of a range check for him.
Well, I thought they played smart, and then all of a sudden it was maybe a little too flashy there. And that's unfortunate.
And so quickly we'll bring it up for the Toronto Raptors. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. Pass to Ingram. Knocks it loose. Goodwin with the steal. And it's the Lakers on the break. James crowbars it in.
And LeBron James is going to take every crucial possession over. Outstanding shot there.
Raptors trail by 5. It's stolen by Hachimura. With the drive. He's off on that one. Some solid defense from Ingram. Toronto's gone 0-3 so far in the fourth quarter from long range. Here's Pirtle. Good D by James. Los Angeles leading by 5. Hayes the pass to Hachimura. And here is Doncic. The shot from the low post is good. Doncic has got 15 points in just the second half. And Darko Rajakovic calls timeout. It's a chance for them.
I might have a shot at it.
And refocus.
I really don't. I'll screw it up.
Off the inbound. Hurdle trying to get open. And the shot goes down.
Gigantic basket by Barnes. This guy's not afraid.
And Doncic throws it down.
Love seeing a point guard who can explode to the rim like that.
Oh, great attitude and even a better finish.
Well, just seeking out weaknesses in the defense and then exploiting it.
This game looks like they've got it just about wrapped up.
Yeah, just got to work that clock and take care of the ball.
It's the three-point bomb. And it's a 10-point Laker lead.
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
Love that the guys are staying aggressive late in this ball game, just not wanting to let go of the rope.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Basket counts. And the Lakers lead by 12.
Impressive job by the players, coaches, and don't discount the impact of these fans.
Awesome to see their output tonight, trying to urge their team on, and that can always help. That home advantage of home fans getting you going, fully on display here.
Here's Goodwin. Here's LeBron. And he slams it down right on top of Brandon Ingram. And so it's the Lakers taking care of business here. Some good competition, but the hometown advantage and their ability to stay focused, I think, made the difference.
Yeah, and the first step to becoming a good team is your ability to win at home.
Well, I finally won.
To revel in that opportunity, and this is what they came.
Only took 4 games.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Brett Barry, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan.
Welcome, everyone, to NBA basketball on 2K Sports. This is Brian Anderson with Grant Hill and Stan Van Gundy. And out on the sidelines is Allie LaForce. And a quick look here at some of the numbers for Desmond Bane.
And his effective field goal percentage isn't in the best place right now. Over the last 5 games, he hasn't had much shot discipline. He'll be looking to play a lot smarter today.
And here's Memphis's starting group. Manning the backcourt, we'll see Moran and Bane. Brandon Clark out there with Jackson, and it's Wells in at the 3. Now Los Angeles with it. They put up a nice win against Toronto last time out.
And at the offensive end, they were lights out in that game. They found all sorts of ways to punish the D.
Yeah, and for a coach, seeing your schemes clicking like that is very rewarding.
Going on the attack, Luka
All right, we're
doesn't
going
give
for
them a
2
chance
wins
to
here.
get between him and the rim.
Stan, certain NBA teams take on the identity of their home. Like the Grizzlies, for example. They call Memphis Grind City.
Well, Brian, I think it's a perfect fit. Hard-working people in a hard-working city, and they want a hard-working team.
And one thing that Moran has always been a lead at, finding a seam in a defense and getting to the rim, Graham.
Yeah, any crack allows him to get inside. And as good as anyone at splitting a double, which he sees a lot of, so once inside, he can finish with authority or kick it out to a shooter.
Now, here is James. He had 19 points in the win against Toronto. Here's Doncic. And count the basket. He was fouled, and he's going to the line for one more. Year after year, this early portion of the season is characterized by a great deal of overreaction, Grant.
The media and fans build up a lot of expectations in the offseason. And it's not that bad, but when those expectations aren't met, watch out. Listen, we all just need to settle down and see how things play out. The season is still very young.
Yeah, There have been very few players at 6'2" who've played above the rim like Morant.
Doncic passes to Goodwin. Jackson against Hachimura. Pass to Goodwin. Shot clock at 5. Here's James. Grizzlies with the rebound.
Probably should have scored there. He usually does.
Outside for Moran. Outside Bain. Knocks it loose. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Doncic passes to Hachimura. He can't get it to go. Oh, and Jackson with the defensive effort. Outside Morant. Pass to Jackson. Here's Wells. Check by James. Wells, the pass to Morant. 4-3. It's Hayes with the rebound. The Lakers have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Here's Goodwin. Now, here is James. And it's James with the jam.
Doesn't get much better than that. LeBron putting some muscle on the slam.
Timeout called. The Grizzlies. Last time they met was in Memphis.
And in the last meeting, they definitely had the upper hand at the charity stripe.
Aldama's checked in for Memphis. And a chance to see the latest edition of the power rankings. Always fun to see where everyone in the league stands. You look at Denver, they're building some momentum right now and aiming for a spot in the top 5.
Checking out the Lakers, they were hoping to begin the year better. It's still too soon to hit the panic button, but they're heading in the wrong direction.
Now here's Morant, a valuable contributor, averaging 25 points a game. Pass to Jackson.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Over Hachimura, and denied. He sends it right off the glass. Here's Doncic. Memphis with a rebound. Coming off a win against the Blazers.
Yeah, they connected from outside all game, and the defense had absolutely no answer for it.
Well, they shot it well because of how selfless they were. You need that kind of chemistry and cohesion on the road.
Now here's Doncic. Oh, and Jackson with the defensive
Holy
effort.
shit.
Well, that's the look he wanted, but the defense doing just enough to impact that shot.
Aldama in the post. Guarded by Doncic. Ooh, rejected by Doncic.
Defense at its best from Doncic. Like to see him putting that much effort into
It's a hell of a lot better than the last time I played him.
Timeout called by J.J. Redick. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. And the Lakers will go for a different look here. Finney-Smith checked in for Hayes. Vanderbilt comes in for Hachimura. Connects checked in for Goodwin. And Vincent is subbed in for Doncic. Edie's checked in for Memphis. Pippen comes in for John Morant.
And the muscle LeBron has helps him on these physical finishes, just bouncing off the defense.
Pass to Bain. Three-pointer. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Rock solid screen right there. The defender got completely lost.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look from that.
And that one's good. Connect.
You have to be careful against connect inside. They'll turn you into a highlight.
The Grizzlies have gone 3 of 8 so far. Pass to Edie. Using his post moves to get the 2 points.
Well, the defense allowed that one. He had a clear path to the cup.
Here's James. Oh, his shooting remains on point. 3 for 4 thus far.
That's 10 straight points they've given up in the painted area.
And it's Bain with the ball for the Grizzlies. Trailing by 2. Vanderbilt pulls it in.
They've been just a little bit better on the glass so far, showing their tremendous work ethic.
Pass to connect. Over Edie. No good on the buzzer beater. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Lakers ahead, up 2. And we'll be back shortly for the start of the second quarter. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. Taking a look at the Lakers' performance here, guys. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's no reason to take risky shots when you can collect points at the rim.
Yeah, they've made a point to get inside on this defense, and it's been working like a charm early on.
So on the floor for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. Edey out there with Jaren Jackson. Then there's Santi Aldama. Then it's Luke Kennard. And it's Pippen in at the point guard position. Here's Edey. Pass to Pippen. 11 feet out. Aldama outside. The 3. After missing his first attempt, now 1 for 2.
An ideal stretch big. Aldama is 6'11" and very good behind the line.
Here's Doncic. Doncic punches it home.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, BA.
Yeah, I don't blame him with the score this tight. You cannot take a chance here. Pippen, pass to Jackson. Here's Edey. He's marked by Finney-Smith. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. That's on Dorian Finney-Smith.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
NBA scoring has been climbing over the past decades, Grant. Is the league too offensive at the moment, do you think?
Well, we know that people like scoring, the fans, players, everyone, but the league needs to make sure there aren't hamstringing defenders too much. So I think allowing some more physicality incentivizes the defender to defend. And now we have competition on both sides of the ball.
And so it's Memphis with it after the Lakers picking up a basket just moments ago. Here's Pippen. And another miss by Memphis.
Well, the defense just dared him to take that one. Poor execution on their part, but they got lucky.
And book it for Vanderbilt.
Very little resistance around the rim right now. That's the 5th straight bucket they've given up in the paint.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Grizzlies great Marc Gasol last season retiring from basketball. He embraced the city of Memphis. He said, quote, I think a player has to feel that it's their city and they have to fight for it. You play with a different mindset when you do that. To me, winning was the most important thing.
And they did a lot of winning, Allie.
I love this game plan. That's 10 points in a row from in close.
Some changes for Los Angeles. Hayes comes
Oh,
in
that
for
was a
Finney-Smith. And
shot.
Goodwin is subbed in for Vincent. And Memphis also making a switch. Desmond Bane, he's checked in for Aldama. Wells misses. The Lakers lead by 6. Vanderbilt inside. Kicks it to Doncic. Doncic hammers it home.
And they're building up steam, getting out in front and trying not to look back.
Well, look, we've seen that no lead is safe these days. You got to keep scoring and extending that margin.
Now here's Jackson. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against Portland. Pass to Wells. Shot to stop the run. Rebounded by the Lakers. Now for those joining us now, we're in the second quarter, about 3 minutes gone by. Hayes, the pass to Doncic. Here's Connect. Back to Doncic. Here's Goodwin. No points so far. Over Bane. Goodwin, no good. Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket. They are shooting it well from beyond the arc right now.
And we've got a timeout call by J.J. Redick. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. So both teams making some changes here. And let's take a look at the top rookie rebounders. The 4th spot held by Zach Edey.
Rebounding is a skill that can easily translate into the pro game. He had a reputation for being good on the boards, and he has certainly delivered on that.
Los Angeles leading by 5. Vincent outside. James outside. James It's a freight train coming.
They have no answer defensively inside.
And so it's Morant who brings up the ball for Memphis. Aldama outside. Back to Morant. Down low. Here's Edey. Shot that time, not on target. Some solid defense from Hayes. And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. He's going to talk it over with his guys. Doncic is checked in for the Lakers. Clark is checked in for Memphis.
I'm like
Jackson
dying of
comes
sweat.
in for Aldama. And it's the Lakers ball. They're on a 12-4 run. Here's James. Throws it down, and the official calls a foul. It may be a three-point play. Jaren Jackson picks one up. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for Los Angeles?
Well, I like how they're going right at the defense, creating high-quality looks with that penetration.
And what's more, they're getting their feet wet down there in the paint early on. Not shying away at all, taking it inside. What a great way to start.
There's 38 seconds left in the second quarter, and it's good. 2 points.
D hasn't been quick enough to react to the ball inside. That's helped cause this run.
Here's Morant. Hits the rim on the way in, and the bucket is good. Morant's got 7 points.
Well, the defense is going to give Morant that shot. They're trying as hard as they can to defend the rim. That opens up the mid-range jumper.
Grizzlies trail by 10. Payne, the pass to Morant. Aggressive take from Morant. Can't cash it in from close range. Doncic deciding where to go with it. No good on the three. And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers earning this break in the action, up 10. And it's all due to their ability to own the paint. They've been dominant down low. Back to the game after this break.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. Let's first take a gander at the rest of the NBA schedule for the night and what's in store. The Pacers will square off against the Magic in Orlando. That one gets going at 7 p.m. Eastern.
And this could be a fairly competitive one.
And turning back to our first half, things going well, extremely well for the Los Angeles Lakers.
They're doing a nice job of getting their feet wet in the paint. I like the aggression, powering it up and sending it down.
Glad you could join us.
And we played through the first half. Plenty of basketball left in this one. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
And now let's check in with Allie LaForce to see how Jackson Hayes is
Apparently
doing.
they didn't do
Thanks. I caught up
anything
with
for
the head
him.
athletic trainer for the Lakers. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound good at all. He's likely going to be out for a while, but undeterred, already back in action and pushing through. Guys?
All right, Allie, thank you. Sadly, that's not the news fans were hoping for, guys.
Definitely not. Seems like he's got a long, tough road ahead of him.
That's just awful news. You really feel for the guy, and you know everyone in the NBA family is wishing him a speedy recovery.
At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Then there's Jackson Hayes. Then it's Luka Doncic. And it's Goodwin in at the 2. That's the Laker 5.
Yeah, their defense is starting to wear down. That's 3 straight buckets at the rim.
Jackson outside. From deep, Payne. Hachimura with a rebound.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
Well, if he went into the lab and created the perfect wing, it might be Desmond Bane, coach.
Well, Brian, this guy's so strong. He can guard bigger guys, and his three-point numbers are crazy. Desmond Bain well over a 40% three-point shooter for his career.
Wells, good, and the setup by Morant.
Well, we know all about Morant's unreal athleticism, but his vision is what really sets him apart.
Luka, get off me!
They're finding ways to get the ball into the paint. 5 consecutive buckets.
Timeout called, the Grizzlies.
Laker fans, put your hands together. Make some noise for your Lakers.
With a short break, we look at some of the stingiest defenses in the NBA. The Lakers, number 1.
Well, they allow the fewest points per game in the league. Sometimes that can be a factor of pace. But safe to say, when you're number 1, your team is elite at the defensive end.
Morant, the pass to Jackson. Over Hachimura. Jackson can't get it to go.
Not a great start to the second half, just 1 for 4. Got to find ways to generate better looks here.
And with today's switching defensive style, versatile wing players are tremendously in demand, Coach.
Yeah, well, position now, Brian, comes down to who can you guard. And guys that can guard 3, 4, 5 different positions, those 6'7", 6'8" guys are often able to do that, and they are extremely valuable.
Yeah, the experience and the knowledge is invaluable. LeBron gives all he has to these young guys deep in his career.
Gives us a chance to catch up with
Damn.
Force.
Brian, John Morant is excited to be back on the court. He's looking to lead this Grizzlies team back to the postseason. He said of the adversity, quote, "It made me better. I'm just grateful and thankful for the position I'm in." Brian, it's great to have him back in action.
Yeah, everyone loves a comeback story, Allie. Thanks. And Los Angeles making a change here. Vanderbilt's checked in. Knocked loose.
Oh, come on.
Jackson against Vanderbilt. Pass to Bain. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. The lead now cut to single digits. Bain's got 5 points.
Just look at the body of Bain. He's so strong, and that helps him down low.
Doncic, no good. Grizzlies trail by 9. Bain surveying the D. Morant against Hayes. Yes, sir! Ja can throw it down.
Well, this kind of performance from Morant doesn't surprise anyone. He can score with the best of them.
Hayes, the pass to Goodwin. Here's James. And how about that? 8 for 9 now.
His efficiency has been a big factor in helping them capture this lead.
Pass to Wells. On the wing, Bain. Here's Wells. Checked by James. Now here's Clark. 5 to shoot. Morant, he's open. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Hayes has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Oh, LeBron sending it home.
I mean, do you think a little or even a big bump is stopping LeBron? His determination is part of what makes him a future Hall of Famer.
Jackson outside. Back to Morant. Doncic with it. Jackson in his pocket. Out of bounds. It'll be Memphis' ball. All right, here's a look at the schedule for the Memphis Grizzlies. On Friday, they'll go up against Stephen Curry and the Golden State Warriors. And then Sunday, they'll be playing against Russell Westbrook and the Denver Nuggets.
One way you could look at this difficult stretch against some of the best in the league, it's a tremendous chance to prove to the league just how good your team is. It could provide a huge statement.
Connects checked in for the Lakers. Vincent comes in for Luka Doncic. The Grizzlies also with a sub. Aldama's checked in. Here's Morant. And off the front iron, and in it goes. Morant's got 14 points.
They've come into the second half with renewed focus at the offensive end, putting in a big effort.
Here's James on the wing. Here's Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt slams it in.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now. Pass to Clark. Tries yet again. And he takes it up and lays it in. Clark's gotten his first points in this one.
After a brutal first half from the field, their shots are finally starting to fall.
James passes to Vincent. Out to James. No good with a layup. Gets it off. Can't hit that one. And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers. They have a nice 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. And their defense has stood out, wreaking havoc for the opposition. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this.
I'm doing something right.
With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store. Here's Pippen. On the court for the Grizzlies. Santi Aldama out there with Edey. Then it's Desmond Bane. And it's Pippen in at the point. Pass to Bane. 3-pointer. They get it back. Edey. And there's the bucket. Staying with it that time. Offensive glass getting it done.
Looks like we're starting to see a pattern here. Not afraid to get in the paint and get wet.
Here's Doncic. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
If this team's offensive catalyst, Doncic puts pressure on the defense every possession.
No good on the second free throw. Grizzlies trail by 8. Here's Wells. Pass to Pippen. The fadeaway. Doncic pulls down the board. Doncic has got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Finney-Smith. And the layup is good off the glass. And the Lakers lead by 10.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. He's decided it's time to clarify the situation, leaving little room for error. Goodwin's checked in for Vincent. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what J.J. Redick was going over with his team. He told his guys, let's not waste this advantage. Hold on to it. Stay aggressive. Let's not give up ground. Coach wants to see his team staying strong out there, guys.
Allie, thank you.
The size and strength of Doncic can go overlooked. I mean, he's more than capable of scoring there in the paint.
Here's Pippen. Rebounded by the Lakers. Vanderbilt's got 4 rebounds in the game. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth here. Here's Goodwin, guarded by Bane. Cleared away by Wells. Wells has got 4 rebounds now. Here's Pippen. Takes the assist and lays it in. Nice setup.
This is why you put the ball in his hands. An accurate pass hitting a moving target.
Oh, look at Luka taking the contact and finishing strong.
Oh my, tight defense, but Doncic just muscles it in.
Timeout. Grizzlies.
Protecting the rim has to be their top objective right now.
Well, if you're just going to let them score inside at will, you might as well pack your bags.
Here's Morant. That shot off. Good D by Doncic. They've got time on their side here, Grant.
And if they're smart, they'll milk the clock a little.
Doncic on the take. And Doncic hammers it home.
How about the dunk off the drive? Doncic, terrific at navigating his way inside.
Here's Morant. Oh, and it's a big-time dunk as he slams it right over Doncic.
Yeah, and Morant just makes it look so easy pulling off a move like that. Unreal.
James, left side. Oh, two vicious points from the King.
Yeah, no doubt about it. LeBron is in attack mode tonight. He's looking to score every time he touches the ball.
And so Morant will bring it up for the Memphis Grizzlies. A 12-point game. That one's good. He's now 8 for 13.
And he was dominant in their last outing. And the same thing here tonight. He is in a terrific groove right now.
Yeah, for sure. He is just oozing confidence. He thinks every shot is going in. They should just keep running sets for him.
Minute 32 left in the fourth quarter.
Those are precisely the looks this team is trying to create.
Yeah, quality offense will serve you well in the long run. You can't settle for bad shots.
And it's good for two.
And their offense tonight is Luka, and more Luka. When he's on, it's an opponent's worst nightmare.
Here's Morant. The Lakers with a rebound.
And there's no way this margin gets closed down. Great execution of a game plan and a nice win here for the Lakers.
I'd say the rim protection really turned things around in their favor.
Yeah, their defensive rotations have been superb. They've been trying to challenge every shot. I love their effort.
And with this win, they've tallied up a total of 6 wins on the year.
And that's an important win. You never like to lose 2 in a row to a team, especially if you only see them 3 times.
And what a huge performance it was for Luka Doncic.
Yeah, you know, he was a man on a mission in this one. The defense had absolutely no answers for him tonight.
From deep, Morant. Morant missing again. So it's Los Angeles now. 14 points, their largest margin of the game. James passes to Hachimura. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Launches a 3. The long distance 3 is buried. And the Lakers lead by 17.
Leaving nothing to chance. This run shutting the door on them.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
And so it's the Lakers easily grabbing this one. Well, this might not have been the most competitive game we've ever seen, but you've got to appreciate their masterful performance.
And I'm sure their fans appreciated it too. We saw the outstanding defense and a loaded offensive effort. They were just dominant out there.
All right, Allie's ready to go. She's courtside. Hey, Allie. All right, Allie, thank you. And that'll do it, folks. For Stan Van Gundy, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, I'm Brian Anderson, thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. We'll see you next time.
Now let's see if we can keep that going.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first matchup of the NBA Cup. There is a lot of excitement in this building tonight. Joined by Richard Jefferson and Greg Anthony, I'm Kevin Harlan. David Aldridge is with us on the sideline. Well, a chance to check out some stats for him.
And the stat to look at is his steal total over the last 5 games. He's been focusing more on his defense, trying to be a disruptor, and it's made them a lot tougher on D.
And now the Lakers starting group. Up in the front court, the forwards are James and Vanderbilt. Goodwin out there with Doncic. And it's Len in at the 5 spot. And for the Spurs, Sohan is the 4 with the lengthy Wembenyama playing the 5. In the backcourt, it's the veteran Paul paired with Castle. And it's Vassell in at the 3, the small forward. The San Antonio Spurs able to put the first points up on the board. And the rejection by Wembanyama. Paul with the 3. Len grabs the board. Down low, here's LeBron. Good for the basket, starting off 1 for 1 with that shot. And a little extra at stake tonight, as this is the first game of the NBA Cup group stage for each of these teams.
And both coaches want to get that first win under their belt. With only 4 games in this stage, the tournament doesn't give you much room for error.
Here's LeBron, fouled on the shot and picks up 2 points, so 1 free throw coming up.
And LeBron, just big boy basketball on full display.
Los Angeles shooting their first foul shot of the night.
And the season numbers for them at the line thus far are really poor. Something I'm sure they are making a point of emphasis.
Zohan, the pass to Paul. Pass to Wembanyama. And we're about a minute and a half into the first quarter. The shot that time not on target. Ball against Doncic, and he lays it straight in.
They've come out strong, 3 of their first 4 to start the game.
For San Antonio, they've gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. And Richard, you've watched LeBron James over the years. His approach never wavers. It never changes.
He is on business all the time, on the court, off the court. The consistency of his focus and mental toughness is unbelievable.
Lakers have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg Popovich and I did speak a few minutes ago. Now, LeBron always #1 on the scouting report. Coach said on top of being a physically dominant player, he's like an extra coach on the court, able to control the game with his basketball IQ alone. Kevin, a big challenge to handle the mental challenge of LeBron James. Back to you.
Okay, David, thanks.
And I love how Doncic reads the floor, varies his pace, and uses every trick of the bag to get where he wants to go.
Zohan, the pass to Paul. Here's Castle. Bounces high off the rim and drops.
Castle has some of the best body control you'll see in this rookie class.
Land against Wembanyama. Here's James. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Well, Richard, you were a teammate of LeBron James's, winning a title in Cleveland with them, playing with LeBron. What was something you learned about his game and about him?
Well, I learned that he takes the greatness that has been bestowed upon him as a gift, and it is a curse, but he understands how to handle both.
Johnson, he's checked in for Castle. Vincent's checked in for Los Angeles. Now, here's Vassell. They look to him for part of their offensive attack. Right now, he averages nearly 12 points a game. 1:52 left here in the first quarter. Back to Johnson. Wembanyama sets a screen for Johnson. 4 on the shot clock. Latrey and Victor Wembanyama hits from deep. Wembanyama's got 7. For Los Angeles, they've gotten 4 of 6 field goal attempts to drop in the first quarter. And finished off by LeBron.
LeBron, the old man, throwing it down. Not much anyone can do about that still.
Pass to Sohan. Takes a 3. Rebounded by the Lakers. Gotta keep rolling here following the win against Memphis.
Well, it's easy to score when you're facing very little resistance. That's why their offense looks so good now.
It just seems like the defense wasn't interested. They got away with one.
They are just killing them on the interior.
And timeout is called by Greg Popovich. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. some changes here for the Lakers. Dorian Finney-Smith checked in
Oh,
for
hopefully
Alex
the rest
Len.
of the night will be good.
Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. And it's Connect in for Goodwin. Here's Castle. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against Washington. Comes up empty down low. Here's Finney-Smith, and the layup's good off the glass.
Yeah, that's the third bucket in a row from the paint. This defense needs to clog those lanes in the middle.
Vassell outside. Cranes the three-pointer.
Vassell has no conscience behind the arc. He will not hesitate to get it up.
Here's James driving to the basket.
Love the aggressive attitude. I mean, no invitation needed for him to take it strong to the basket.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Pass to Champagny. And here is Johnson. That three off the mark. Now here's LeBron. He's got 12. Connect with it. Off with the layup. Offense, the order of the day as the first quarter comes to a close. Lakers lead by 6. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the other side of this break. And if you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter in this one.
I don't get it. I play bad against the crappy teams. I play good against the good teams.
They seem to have seized the momentum here early on.
Credit the game plan coming in. They've identified some weaknesses, and they are exploiting them.
So on the floor for the Lakers to start this second quarter, we've got Connect. Vincent is out there with Luka Doncic. Then it's Rui Hachimura. And it's Finney-Smith in at the 5, roaming the paint. And a bit of a battle here for the ball. The official signals a jump ball here. And here is Hachimura. Still yet to score. Drills the three-pointer. Doncic has got the lead up to 9 now for Los Angeles.
And we're so used to Doncic operating with the ball in his hands, but it's good to see him mix it up and work off the catch.
Here's Castle. That one falls. His second basket of the game. He's now 2 for 3. And we played through the first minute here in the second. And we've got our 2K insider, Shams Charania, on the line. Shams, what's the story?
Thanks. The Spurs are great at drafting and developing, and in selecting Stephon Castle with the 4th overall pick, they've made a play on upside. He's a versatile wing defender. Shooting and his position were the question marks. Can he be a primary playmaker? Will his three-pointer prove to be reliable? Guys, we'll see, but the Spurs are very excited to bring Stephon Castle into their program.
A star talent. Hey, Shams, we so appreciate the reporting. Oh, my goodness, the slam!
Stunning the crowd and the defense with that one. What a show from Doncic.
Awesome display of athleticism captured by our AT&T 5G Slam Cam. And San Antonio has possession. 11-point game. Defeated by the Wizards in their last game. They'll try to put that one behind them.
Yeah, I mean, they had their chances, competed deep into that game, but had a few lulls there that just kind of took them down.
They played pretty solid basketball, but a few miscues is all it takes to turn a win into a loss, especially against a good team.
Branham pulls it in.
And he's usually able to score on that type of defense rather easily. Surprising to see him come away empty.
Pass to Mamu Kalashvili. Once again off the mark by San Antonio. Lakers leading by 11. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. The game is certainly going international. Commissioner Adam Silver says, with basketball's exponential growth, it's now truly a global game. We're fortunate that the very best in the world want to play in a single league. And Kevin, the NBA continues to draw talent from all corners of the globe.
And David, you've been all over the globe, and the talent level undeniable.
And if you give Luka just a sliver of daylight, this is what you get.
And timeout is called by Greg Popovich. He wants to talk to his guys. Both teams deciding to change it up. And this is game one of the group play stage of the NBA Cup. Teams are divided into 6 groups of 5.
And while those groups are randomly selected in the drawing, there is an attempt to kind of keep them balanced with teams slotted from different tiers based on their previous season record.
Count the bucket, and he's got a free throw coming up as well.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Castles checked in for San Antonio, and that one misses. So, Greg, the Spurs last year began 15-56, but it was the ending that they're really hanging their head on. They won 7 of their last 11 games.
And over that closing stretch, Wemby averaged 27 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 blocks. A small glimpse into the potential of this young superstar.
Here's James. Rebound San Antonio. And this matchup with the Lakers, it's their first meeting of the season. After the hoop and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. That's on LeBron James.
One thing this team loves about Castle, his feel for the game, knows how to draw contact.
Let's look at the energy stats, how the hustle game has been going for the Lakers.
So far, they've shown a terrific work ethic in transition, pushing the pace whenever possible and getting out ahead of the defense to score.
And the other thing, I love how they're playing up tonight, getting into ball handlers and forcing some turnovers.
Pass to Len. Plays it up and makes it in. And the Lakers lead by 10.
And that's 10 straight points in the paint. The defense, nowhere to be found.
LeBron against Vassell. Here's Sohan. A three-pointer is right on target.
Passes like this demonstrate leadership. Vassell wanting to find his open teammates.
Out to the right wing. There's the triple. And it's Goodwin. That time on the assist by Doncic. Goodwin's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Here's Castle. 8 points for him. Played in with a nice touch off the glass.
His accuracy is on another level this quarter. Really high quality shooting.
Doncic against Paul. Doncic, no good. Al Paul, still without a basket. Pass to Wembanyama. Shoots over Doncic. Wembanyama, no good. And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers holding on to an 8-point lead heading into the break. And they've done a phenomenal job down low. So many of their points coming right at the rim. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave. All right, David, thank you. And stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Offensively, they can post you, drive it, run cutters. They're living large in that painted area.
And moving on, guys, it's early in the season, but always a good time to check out the power rankings.
Yeah, taking a look at the Lakers, they've stumbled a bit, no doubt about it. But no need to panic yet. They're figuring out.
And that'll do it for halftime.
Hey, you know what? I'll get there.
And we've got third quarter of basketball for you. 2 quarters in the books. You know, Luka Doncic has been exceptional here, guys.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column
through 2 quarters, he has been terrific.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
In the backcourt, it's the veteran Paul paired with Castle. Zohan is the 4 with the lengthy Wembenyama playing the 5. And it's Vassell in at the 3.
What the
That's
hell is
San
his
Antonio
issue
5.
today?
Wow, what, did he have something in his eye on that shot?
Maybe. Spurs trail by 9. Here's Castle. Pass to Paul. This one for 3. Vanderbilt with the rebound. And Los Angeles guys shooting 65%, an outstanding offensive display from them. Here's LeBron. Oh, LeBron's just too strong inside.
At this point in time, you have to understand that if LeBron James is on the inside, he has so many ways to beat you. A little contact's not going to do anything.
Vassell outside. Back to Zohan from the corner. Offensive rebound. Wembenyama down low. Laying on him. Tries it again. That one good for 2. And that's now 9 points for Victor Wembenyama.
Got that one to go. Okay, now 1 for 4 to start the second half.
And J.J. Redick calls timeout here. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. And let's go down to a list of players you can't leave open under any circumstances. This season's most accurate small forwards from the field. LeBron James, number 1.
Obviously, looking at those numbers, he hasn't just been settling for outside shots. He works very hard to get a lot of high-quality looks in close.
That's what he does. His touch from outside is great, but the way he attacks the basket, that's what drives his shooting percentage so high.
Wembenyama, a screen. Here's Castle. The layup off target.
Out of halftime, not the way you want to execute, just 1 of 5 from the field.
GA, there is a lot to like about the game of Stephon Castle.
His size, playmaking, defensive intensity. I guess the question, is there that one thing that he can do at an elite level? That will be a crucial step if he's to become a star.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Thank you, Kevin. You asked Greg Popovich about Victor Wembanyama, and he says Victor's a different player. He's got talent, and you don't want to take that out of him. I tried to do that with Manu Ginobili, and I learned my lesson. Just shut up and let him play. Victor does some amazing things. His game is all-encompassing. Kevin?
That's a great way to put it, D.A. It is all-encompassing. Wembanyama is 1 of 1. Hey, thank you for the report.
See, this is the thing about Wembanyama's size. It gives him scoring options that no one else has.
LeBron with it. Now guarded by Wembanyama. And they'll get another chance. Goodwin. Count it. Goodwin's got 5 points so far.
Second chance points always hurt. Just not enough effort to block out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
Here's Zohan. Vanderbilt defending. Down to 5 on the shot clock. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. I'll tell you, Richard, you watch Jeremy Sohan. He can really do it all.
Yeah, power forward by trade, who's even played point guard at times. He's a great defender and a team player. He's the kind of guy you win with.
First free throw is good. And you know, Greg, we're seeing so many teams utilizing the dribble handoff.
And it really forces the defense into a bad spot, can create situations where the offense has an advantage, and then it allows you to kind of seek out the matchup.
Looking at who's out there now for the Spurs.
Oh, come on.
Kelishvili is checked in, and Keldon Johnson subbed in for Castle. Johnson, the pass to Mamu Kelishvili. That's in there. Johnson with the assist. Mamu Kelishvili has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Driving the lane. Goodwin. Good.
And defensively, guys, they've been unable to shut down the middle.
Spurs trail by 9. Second half here. We're just over 3.5 minutes into it. Vassell. It's hauled in by LeBron. James has got his 4th rebound in this one. The rebound by the Spurs. Johnson with it. Hasn't made one yet. Here's Mamu Kelishvili. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Land's got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Doncic. Oh, an easy 2 from Doncic.
Once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
Here's Vassell. Lays it up off the glass.
All right, give me 1 second. I will be right back. All right, sorry about that.
Vassell's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
Just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
Here's Doncic. Doncic off contact.
And it doesn't take much for Doncic to get hot. And once that happens, boy, he is almost unguardable.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Now, here's Johnson. And he drives in, and the rejection by James. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by James.
Substitution on court.
And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Lakers. Now into the lineup for your Spurs. Number 28, Charles Bassey.
Now Vincent. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers. Their lead at 11 points to end the quarter. They've been playing some ferocious defense. Back right after this. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And two teammates on the same page.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And on the court for the Lakers to start the fourth. Doncic out there with Vincent. Then it's Connect. Then there's Dorian Finney-Smith. And it's Hachimura in at the 4.
And inside, Luka knows the bucket is there, so he is willing to fight for it.
Pass to Champagnie. Buries the long-range jumper. Champagnie's got his first 3 points of the game.
And really, as the three-pointers keep dropping, you get the sense that the frustration is mounting for the defense. Coming off a big game, his confidence couldn't be higher, and coach knows it.
When it ain't broke, leave it alone until someone stops him. Just let him roll.
Branham, the pass to Bassey. On the wing, Johnson. Another shot. Bassey, no good. Lakers leading by 12. Here's Connect. Count it, good.
What a confident move by Connect, going for the floater there.
San Antonio's gotten the three-point shot off 16 times tonight. 7 times they've hit it, 9 times they've missed. And timeout is called by Greg Popovich. Clearly, he's got something his players need to hear, and immediately. Goodwin's checked in for Vincent. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Well, guys, during the last break, I listened to Greg Popovich talk to his team. He was disappointed in the shot selection. He told them, stay patient, run the offense, make the extra pass. You don't have to make up the deficit all at once. We'll see if they start shooting a little better. Kevin?
All right, thank you, David. Here's Doncic, forcing his way inside. Doncic.
I don't know what's happening defensively, but they're not putting up any resistance.
Pass to Wembanyama. Here's Champagnie. Back to Wembanyama. Oh, Wembanyama.
Damn.
Too easy.
And a monster game for Wemby with the matchup issues he creates. I'm not sure anyone in this league can stop him when he's on.
Connect. No good.
Oops. Got caught in between moves there on his way to the rack.
Just a little under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the fourth. Here's Wesley. He gets it in there. Wesley's got his first 2 points of the night.
And look, he's not the best athlete, but he's able to create the space he needs to operate.
Doncic kicks to Hachimura. Misses the 3. Spurs trail by 10. Third minute of action now gone here in the fourth. And it's Goodwin with the ball for the Lakers. And that one's good. Hachimura. Hachimura's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. And we've got a timeout from Greg Popovich. Wants to make sure everybody's coordinated and intent. And some changes here for the Lakers. Lenz checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Vanderbilt comes in for Hachimura. And it's LeBron in for Connect. Here's Wembanyama. Tried to bank it in, but he misses. Lakers leading by 13. LeBron outside. Over to the wing. Pass to Vanderbilt. 6 to shoot. Accurate with a jumper from the elbow. Vanderbilt's got his first points of the game.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for Los Angeles.
You know, their big advantage was points in the paint.
And they found a way to pound the ball inside. And that was working all game long.
And now, for the year, this is going to take them to 7 wins.
And they'll take the win tonight, setting the tone in the first matchup of this 4-game season series.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Luka Doncic.
And he's been a well-oiled machine on offense, keeping things simple in this end, getting the looks that he wanted, knocking them down.
Relentless in their approach, even with the game firmly in hand.
No let up with these guys. They're going for the throat now.
They get it back. And it's Wembanyama with the jam.
You have to be aware of Wembanyama on the boards. Really keep a body on it.
Doncic dishes the land. And here is Goodwin. In the corner, it's James. Misses from close range.
Not enough ticks left on the clock to save them tonight.
Yeah, they got to be disappointed with this result.
Paul with the bucket. We've got 22 seconds left to play here in the fourth, and the Lakers can just let the clock run down here. A nice shot by Doncic. There's 14 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Wembanyama for 3. And here's LeBron outside. Can't get it to fall. And so Los Angeles takes the win. And tonight, not just a regular season win, it also counts in the NBA Cup standings.
And if you look at the teams that advance in the Cup, you normally have to win this first game, so they're off to a strong start.
It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David. Thank you for that, David. And that'll wrap it up, folks.
Hey, 3 wins.
Let's meet your Pelicans.
You know, in game 2 of a back-to-back, just how drained are you from yesterday as a player?
You know, BA, proper rest and stretching can help a lot. But you're not going to be your usual self at the start of game time. Believe that.
Now here's Murray. And now the Los Angeles starters. LeBron and Vanderbilt, your small and power forwards. Then it's Alex Len. Then it's Luka Doncic. And it's Goodwin in at the shooting guard position. And it's the Lakers ball coming into this, having notched a win against San Antonio in their last game.
And most of the arena was totally against them. But they looked inward, trusted each other, and made good plays.
Well, you know, the cohesiveness was evident out there. These guys feel like they can win in any arena. And they proved it that game.
The first of many tonight. Both teams have legit offensive talent.
Boy, I tell you what, that's going to be like a pinball machine, the way that scoreboard's going to light up.
Hits a three-pointer.
Well, you know, that part of Murray's game has to be there for him, and I know how hard he's worked to improve his three-point shooting. Good to see.
All right, guys, we're lucky to have Shams Charania joining us now. Our 2K insider calling in with a story. What do you got, Shams?
Thanks, guys. A big move for the Pelicans this summer, trading for DeJounte Murray, a versatile and durable lead guard who's proven to be one of the best clutch players. His acquisition directly addresses some of the Pelicans' greatest needs. Guys, I'm very interested to see how this plays out.
A big piece. Okay, Shams.
Yeah, we're not giving up.
Here's Murray following the score by the Lakers.
I think they beat us last
And just
time.
around a minute and a half into this first quarter. Wide open, but he couldn't capitalize. The Lakers have gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Here's Len. Shot from the low post is good.
And 3 for 4 to start, showing some rhythm.
New Orleans has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Pass to Murray. And about 2 minutes into the first quarter here. And again, New Orleans no good.
1 for 5 out there, but no worries. Just keep attacking.
And now we'll go to Ali LaForce, who had a chance to visit with Willie Green.
He was just marveling at LeBron's ability to take advantage of any mistake you make, even a minor one. He said, if you're even a half step away from a guy defensively, LeBron will find that person. Coach is asking his guys to stay connected to shooters tonight.
All right, appreciate it, Ali.
Luka with so many physical gifts, taking flight right there.
And so it's Williamson who brings up the ball for New Orleans. They trail by 3. They're coming off that loss against Denver.
Defensively, they weren't up to the task. Didn't play as a cohesive unit, and it really hurt them.
And, you know, that's all about effort, and I'm sure their coach let them have it for the lack thereof.
And we've got a timeout called by J.J. Redick. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. And New Orleans making a change here. Alvarado's checked in. Pass to Lynn. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
Yeah, exactly. Prevent the layup, give them a little bump, and then maybe they'll think twice about coming into the lane next time. And if they don't think about it, at least they might be distracted by your presence.
The Pelicans have gone just 3 for 7 here at the start. Here's Williamson. It's not going to go for him. Good D by Vanderbilt. The Lakers in the lead. Zion Williamson seems intent on silencing all the doubters moving forward, Graham.
Yeah, B.A., he's not taking any more questions about conditioning. His physicality and play really answer that question now. He has been looking better than ever.
And he dunks it down.
Unselfish play there by Zion. Moving the ball to another shooter. He was grabbing the rim to extend the hang time.
Hey, maybe making sure the landing was kinder than the takeoff.
Yeah, right. I don't know how much weight that carries.
Williamson outside. With the teardrop. Doncic grabs the miss. For Los Angeles, they've gotten 5 of 7 shots to fall. Count it. Good. Doncic has got 6.
And that's the weight room strength of Doncic right there. Fully displayed.
Pelicans trail by 4. And it's Willie
timeout.
Green calling the timeout here. He wants to review the game plan. Well, last season we saw Luka Doncic score 73 points. Tied for 4th most in NBA history, Clark.
B.A., he is so special. And the thing about the 73 he got, it was the most efficient 70-point game in league history. And with how offense-heavy the league is going, I wouldn't put it past him to go north of Kobe Bryant's mark of 81 at some point. He's got that kind of ability.
And Los Angeles making a change here. Finney-Smith's checked in for Lynn. Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. Connect's checked in for Goodwin. And Vincent is subbed in for Doncic. Now here's Hachimura. He's averaging about 6 points per game. Now here is James. He's guarded closely. That one's good from Hachimura on the assist by James.
And they've settled in quickly today. A nice flow and rhythm to their offense.
Yeah, they're lasered in. I mean, really making the most of their possessions.
Back to McCollum. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a 3-point play here.
And he does a great job. I mean, he baits you. CJ baits you into overcommitting defensively to draw the and one.
And so it's James with it. He brings it up for Los Angeles. They lead by 4. And down it goes. 2 points.
He does not lack for confidence. And he shouldn't. I mean, this guy is a dangerous scorer.
Here's McCollum. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Yeah, now a veteran in the league, McCollum's combo guard style of play is valuable to this team.
And McCollum drops them both. Hachimura outside. Misses the 3. offense is coming free and easy as we wrap up the first. Lakers ahead, up by 4. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown.
Sorry I'm not talking so much. I kind of tend to focus on the game.
Exploiting any openings they see in the defense, taking advantage.
You have to like the fact that they're not settling at all. I mean, they've really made a point to get the ball down inside and challenge that interior defense.
Herb Jones out there with Jeremiah Robinson Earl. Then there's Jose Alvarado. Then there's Trey Murphy. And it's Misi in at the 5. That's the Pelicans 5 as we get into the second quarter. And it's Alvarado missing.
Tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down.
Here's Doncic. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. That one on Murphy. Well, Grant, you were an excellent defender in your day. So who was the toughest player you had to guard?
Well, there were so many great players. Michael, LeBron. So let's talk about the late, great Kobe Bryant. I mean, he really had no weaknesses. And even if you defended him perfectly, there's a good chance he can still make the shot.
And New Orleans making a change here. Murray's checked in.
Too much space on the perimeter. There needs to be a little more energy from the defense.
Hachimura from long range. It's hauled in by New Orleans. And their first look at this year's Lakers squad.
Winning the season series last year in a battle of middle-of-the-pack teams.
Yeah, they were able to make the plays to come out on top, but it really could have gone either way, and you could say the same for tonight's game.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, the Pelicans are still developing their on-court chemistry. Coach Willie Green said this group is still pretty young in terms of being on the floor together. We're starting to figure it out. We just have to stay committed and continue to be elite on both ends of the floor, and it starts with our defense. B.A.?
They've really got something, Allie. Thanks. Doncic left side. The shot misses.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
Here's Murray. And it's Murray finishing it off.
Oh, man. Murray not hesitating to put on a little show at the defense's expense.
And that replay courtesy of the AT&T 5G Slam Cam.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on.
Hey, guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
And a beautiful finish by DeJounte Murray. Murray's got 9.
And now almost all their points coming from the paint.
And Grant, DeJounte Murray, a bit of a throwback player. He's comfortable attacking at all 3 levels.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, he does a lot of work in the mid-range for a guard. He's very comfortable with any shot on the floor. Not shy about putting up a ton of attempts if that's what's needed. They're shooting the 3 extremely well this quarter. Be fun to see if they can keep it up.
Here's Doncic on the drive. And Doncic with the jam.
Speedy drive by Doncic, that doesn't quite go together. He usually is down in his home pace, but he does take advantage of holes when he sees them.
Here's a look at some stats for DeJounte Murray. Here in quarter 2, we played a little over 2.5 minutes now. McCollum outside, launches it. Len pulls it in. Lakers trail by 4. Vanderbilt to pass to Lynn. And that makes him 3 for 4. He's looking good.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Murray looking around. McCollum outside. He buries it from 3. He's got 12.
This defense is getting spaced out. 3 of the last 5 buckets have come from way beyond the arc.
Here's James. LeBron James with the flush.
In attack mode. We've seen this from James now for what, 2 decades?
New Orleans leading by 3. And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. Here's McCollum, and the shot is good. Dropping it off the front of the rim. McCollum's got 14.
After an okay first quarter of shooting, they've really turned it up offensively. I like where they're headed right now.
Here's Lynn, and there's the rejection. Outside Murray, pass to Jones. McCollum outside. Off target with the three.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Here's Vanderbilt. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to be on C.J. McCollum. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. No good on the free throw. Vincent's checked in for Doncic. And no good on the second free throw, so 0 for 2 there.
And they seem to have taken a more heads-on approach this quarter, and it's getting them to the free throw line.
Yeah, I don't think it's an accident that aggressiveness correlates with playing better. So the aggressiveness is starting to pay off.
Vanderbilt, the pass to Lynn. It's hauled in by New Orleans. McCollum with it. 14 points for him. Just 3 on the clock. The putback controls the rebound and the putback.
Real smooth, guys. Great job with the tip in.
Those are the kind of plays on the offensive glass that can tell you a lot about a player.
Yes, they can. They can't allow him to beat them to too many more of those.
So we conclude the first half. It's New Orleans. They're up 7. And we'll be right back after halftime to get the third quarter underway.
26.
Welcome in for halftime. Well, it doesn't get much better than this, fellas.
Are you joking? Could be much better. We had something other than veggies and hummus at the craft service table, Kenny.
Yes, indeed, but I love those veggies. But I have to agree with Shaq. The food options here, Ernie.
And turning our attention to the first half of our game tonight, bit of a rocky start for the Lakers.
Playing on the road is definitely...
And that's it for halftime.
And if you're just joining in, one half is in the books, one half to go. One of the stories here, C.J. McCollum. He's getting it done today.
Yeah, tonight, he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
On the court for the Lakers, LeBron and Vanderbilt, your small and power forwards. Then it's Alex Lynn. Then it's Luka Doncic. And it's Goodwin in at the 2.
Yes, he's really driving those lanes with the threes.
This is the kind of scoring punch that McCollum can provide. He gets it done at all 3 levels.
Here's Vanderbilt. Great D that time from Williamson. New Orleans leading by 8. Poke loose. Out left to the wing. Pass to Murray. 5 on the clock. From the arc. Oh, drew the foul and almost hit the 3-point bucket. But he'll head to the line for 3. Jared Vanderbilt picks one up.
And DeJounte Murray is truly the complete package. He does a little of this and a little of that. Anything you need out there, he can make it happen.
And he nails the third. Lakers trail by 10. Second half getting started. About a minute played. Doncic, good.
Even for Doncic, this is a big night in the scoring column, giving his fans their money's worth and then some.
We are now into November, so let's check in on the standings in the Western Conference. Taking a look at Los Angeles, as the season continues to ramp up, they've secured the 7th spot. And of course, there's the Pelicans, sitting just 1 spot below them.
When I look at the Lakers, they've had some terrific moments this season. But where's the big leap upward that we've been waiting for?
Yeah, and you know, we've seen them enough to know by now they're not going to make that switch from good to great at this point. Not this year anyway.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Zion Williamson is a one of one. His teammate CJ McCollum told him, your ceiling is unlike anything the NBA has ever seen, but it's up to you to take full advantage of whatever it is. You can be as good as you want to be. This game will go where you take it. Brian?
You know, Allie, at his best, he is unstoppable. This pause in the action provides an opportunity to look at the best fast break teams in the league. In third, the Pelicans.
And make no mistake, this team loves to get out and run. Whenever they see space to leak out and score fast, they go strong.
Doncic against Murray. McCollum outside. The 3 is up. And again, New Orleans no good. And James has got the ball here for Los Angeles. They'll face the Jazz after this game. That'll be at home. That'll be the first of 3 games played at home.
They're finding ways to get the ball into the paint. 5 consecutive buckets.
And on the flip side, the defenders have to show more fight on the interior. They've got to offer more resistance here.
Murray for 3. Vanderbilt pulls it in. Vanderbilt's got 5 rebounds tonight. Goodwin passes to Doncic. Oh, and the jam by Doncic.
Did you guys see that from Luka? My goodness, some extra sauce there.
And that was our AT&T 5G Slam Cam, bringing you the sauce. Here's McCollum, and McCollum slams it in.
He is torching a defense that simply has no answers for him.
It was the exact same kind of offensive showcase for him in their last game, too. When it happens this often, that's not a pattern. That's a characteristic.
New Orleans leading by 3. Clock keeps going. 3 minutes into the second half now. The drive by Murray. Kicks it out to Williamson. A little mid-range shot is up. Left side Murray. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Boy, you look at him, he's a quality floor general who knows exactly how to dish the ball to his teammates. Murray, nice job there running the offense.
A nice shot by Doncic.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
Second half here, and we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. Now here's McCollum. He's closely guarded and out of bounds. Los Angeles will have it.
And they've landed in the top 10 for team scoring. They're making smart decisions on that end and presenting a challenge for most defenses.
And you brought up their ranking in second chance points. That's so important to this team. From a physical and mental standpoint, they want opponents to know it's going to be a long night. Alvarado's checked in for the Pelicans.
They're really working the paint now.
McCollum outside. The floater. LeBron with the rebound.
The battle of the boards has been something to watch.
Yeah, tit for tat on the glass. Just one more aspect of what's been a very closely contested ball game here.
That's 10 straight points they've given up in the painted area.
And you know, it doesn't matter how good your defense is on the perimeter if you're going to allow easy ones inside like that.
Here's Williamson. Zion inside. Man, he's just built for that.
A monster down low. Zion is scary.
James attacking. Hey, it's James slamming it down.
Well, he seems ageless at times, guys. Somehow, some way, LeBron continues to rip off these insane sequences time and time again. Remarkable.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Out to the right wing. Williamson against James. The baseline, Jay. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Now here's Vincent. And And that one's good. And it's a 3-point Laker lead.
Sensational ball movement there. When you pass the ball like that, good things happen.
Oh, what a performance by Luka Doncic. He has been the story.
Came back.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. Filling out the wings, it's McCollum and Jones. Then it's Jeremiah, Robinson, Earl. Then it's Murray. And it's Messi in at the 5 spot. So that's the group out there for New Orleans. They get it again. And there's the slam. Dunk to finish it off.
And when the game is this close, you have to go all out.
He certainly understands his role, huh? When the shot goes up, just crashes the offensive glass.
You know, that time I thought he did it with authority. Tremendous putback at a time when they really need it.
Jones' shot is good. Boy, it's been a grinder, a back and forth all night.
Oh, 7 times the lead has changed. Neither team giving an inch.
Nice finish from Luka.
Their defense just falls apart once the ball goes inside.
I tell you, we're taking a look at some real deficiencies defensively. I mean, they've given up 5 straight good looks in the paint.
Doubled by Hachimura. Over to the wing. Here's Messi, guarded by Doncic. The shot off that time. And Doncic has got the ball here for the Los Angeles Lakers. It's a 1-point game. And it's Hachimura missing. The Pelicans have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now. McCollum. Hachimura with the defensive effort. Los Angeles has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Back to Doncic. With some arc. And the bucket counts. And he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a 3-point play. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Lakers.
Well, you know, for me, when you can convert this many times in the paint, I think that's a sign that your offense is really in a healthy state.
Well, another thing they did well was taking advantage of the holes in the defense. Very aggressive in exploiting the lack of concentration.
And we've got a timeout called by Willie Green. He wants to make sure everyone is aligned, given the situation right now. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, well, Willie Green had some advice for the team over that last break. He told the guys to stay after it inside. He said our play inside is terrific right now. He said don't lose any of that intensity. Stay strong down there. It's always nice to hear a coach enjoying his team's play. Back to you.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Doncic passes to Vanderbilt. This James on the wing. Here's Goodwin. Fires for 3. That falls. Nice feed that time from James. Goodwin's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. McCollum looks around. Wasted no time with that shot, but it's off the mark. Los Angeles leading by 5. Outside Vanderbilt. A touch under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the fourth. Yep, that one's good.
Really nice job moving the ball around that time, picking apart that defense.
McCollum with it. Len's there. Ooh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line.
And McCollum doesn't back down from anyone, including inside where he challenges defenders.
Taking 2 shots.
And he sinks the second. And so J.J. Redick calls for the timeout. He was quite emphatic, demanding the timeout, clearly wanting to address strategy with his team. Los Angeles has gone 1 for 3 in the fourth quarter from range. Doncic into the lane. And Doncic with the jam.
Ready for takeoff. Doncic taking advantage of the opening.
Pelicans trail by 8. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth. The free throw drops for McCollum. And McCollum drops them both.
A perfect trip to the line narrows the gap.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Murray against Doncic. And Doncic hammers it home.
Doncic giving you the full package. Superstar for sure.
For New Orleans, they've gotten 3 of 7 attempts in this fourth quarter to fall. For 3, McCollum. LeBron with the rebound. James has got 4 rebounds in the game. On the take. Oh, LeBron hammers it home.
Man, I like seeing LeBron throw it down, especially when he decides to do it with a little flavor.
And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul. And a vital mission for the NBA, mental health. Commissioner Silver has said it's the most important issue for the league.
And I applaud Adam for those comments he's made about it. I mean, the season is so difficult. It can really take a toll on your mind. So it's great the league is trying to help players out through this.
Count it.
How many times have we seen that? I mean, LeBron going right through and into the defense and finds a way to power through the contact as if he hasn't even been hit.
McCollum outside. It's rebounded by Los Angeles.
Well, with a comeback out of range, we can put a bow on this one. Good performance for the Lakers.
They had to fight for this one. With the game hanging in the balance a couple of times, they've made winning plays, Grant.
It's all about having a strong mentality. What's interesting is that anytime momentum turned against them, instead of folding, they responded with their own attack.
And with this performance, they'll have claimed their 8th win of the year.
And you always like to get the early edge in a season series. It gives you confidence. It sets the table for 2 more games to come against New Orleans.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Luka Doncic.
Boy, from a scoring standpoint, he was absolutely sensational. Made the game look easy tonight.
And so McCollum will bring it up for the Pelicans. They trail by 14. And they get it back. Outside Murray, looking to end the run. Here's Lynn. So we see the Lakers taking the W here. It ends up being a fairly easy road win.
Those are so hard to come by. It's never easy to take a game in someone else's building.
And now let's check in with Allie LaForce with the player of the game. Allie.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Luka. And Luka, you got a tough win tonight. What are your initial thoughts on the performance?
You know, we got to win against a team that is very competitive. You know, they go hard no matter what. You know, they're a great team. And, you know, I'm just glad we got to win. And we got to keep going like that.
Victory tastes a little sweeter against an opponent.
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant Hill, this is Brian.
Yeah, I don't think there's a game he hasn't been player of the game.
Hi, everyone. We got the second game of the NBA Cup group stage for these 2 teams. This one has a little more meaning than your average regular season game. With Greg Anthony and Hall of Famer Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. And looking at this game in terms of the NBA Cup, there are major implications here tonight.
Yeah, both these teams come in at 1-0, and with just 4 games in the group stage, the difference between 2-0 and 1-1 is massive. I'm sure that's not a fact that's lost on either of these coaches.
I'm checking out Utah's opening lineup. In it forward, it's going to be Markkanen and Collins. Clarkson is out there with George, and it's Kessler in at the center, locking down the middle.
This is where LeBron James is so dangerous. Physically hard to handle on the interior. Turn the lights out.
Markkanen from outside. Bangs home the trifecta.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
And it goes out of bounds. That one off Kessler. George against Doncic. The 17-footer goes down.
Well, you see what the defense wants to give up there. Luka more than comfortable in the mid-range.
Luka Doncic started off his 2024 Doris with a historic scoring performance.
He sure did, Kevin. He was only the 4th player in league history to score over 72 points in a game. It was the shooting performance of a lifetime, and Luka just takes it all in stride. Incredible.
It's hard to believe, but Luka Doncic is still in his mid-20s. Doris, does he even have a ceiling?
That is the question, Kevin, and I'm not sure he does, because in the first part of his career, he's been all NBA consistently, and we're talking first team multiple times. He's averaged over 30 in a season. I don't think there is a ceiling, Kevin.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, Los Angeles' head coach gave me a few minutes. He talked about the challenges that come with playing against Lauri Markkanen. Coach said you have to know where Lauri is at all times because he's so effective playing off the ball. He's a knockdown shooter and a smart cutter, and he moves extremely well for his size. This team's got a lot of respect for the mobile 7-footer. Back to you guys.
Thanks, David. Markkanen against LeBron. Here's Clarkson. Uses both hands to slam it down.
Clarkson leaving no doubt with that finish, folks.
Lakers have gone 2 of 5 here, making 40% so far to start out the game. Markkanen against LeBron, and LeBron throws it down.
Okay, 2 hands for safety. That's what they say, right?
That's right. He was ultra safe with that dunk, no question. High post, Kessler. The shot's good on the assist by Jordan.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
And J.J. Redick is called timeout. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. And the Jazz making a change here. Sexton's checked in. Now, here's Vanderbilt. Pass to Doncic. The rebound by the Jazz.
Let's give some credit to the defense for how they're guarding this guy right now, because they're refusing to let him get comfortable.
Markkanen looking it over. And stolen by James. And here's the fast break. Goodwin, good.
Quick job of getting up the floor and creating early offense.
You don't give the defense any chance to set up. Sometimes you just love an easy look.
Outside, Sexton. And good. Got the friendly bounce off the right side of the rim.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they shot the basketball.
James. Markkanen pulls it in.
Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
You know, when you talk about this Jazz team, Doris, you have to mention head coach Will Hardy.
You certainly do, Kevin, because remember, he came from the Boston Celtics organization. He also had a history in San Antonio. He is known as an excellent tactician. He does an incredible job scouting. Utah always one of the best prepared teams in the league.
Kessler against James. Three-pointer, Markkanen. Vanderbilt with the rebound. Lakers trail by 4. Pass to Len. And here's Doncic from the arc. Rebound, Utah. Kessler's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Sexton.
Well, you love the fearless nature of Colin Sexton. Forces the issue, gets himself to the free throw line.
First team.
The Jazz shooting their initial free throws of the game right here. Free throw good, Sexton. Big group substitution here for the Lakers. Dorian Finney-Smith's checked in for Alex Len. Hachimura comes in for Vanderbilt. Connect, he's checked in for James. And Vincent subbed in for Goodwin. Out to the right wing. Finney Smith in the post. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Those defenders just look a little bit gassed. I mean, they're getting pushed around on that low block.
Pass to Collier. The Jazz again can't hit it. The shot will not fall. The basket's coming early and often in the first quarter. Jazz lead by 4. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And guys, what's your take on Utah so far?
Well, this is the edge that great rim protection can give you.
Total intimidation that first period. That is what has helped power them to this early lead.
We've got Dorian Finney-Smith. Rui Hachimura out there with Connect. Then there's Luka Doncic. And it's Vincent in at the point. That's the Laker 5. Clarkson taking his time here. From deep. Rebounded by the Lakers. And this game, the first chance they've had to see Utah.
And they dropped the season series to these guys a year ago. Not their proudest moment.
Finney-Smith kicks to Hachimura. Pass to Vincent. Shot clock at 6. The 3 for Doncic. Oh, Doncic with a confident 3-ball.
Taking back the lead once more. Give these teams credit. Man, they are battling.
Neither team willing to give an inch, and neither able to seize the momentum. This has been a fascinating one to watch.
Collier, that's good. Guys back and forth this first half.
And this could continue to go back and forth the entire way.
Now that we're around the midway point of this NBA Cup stage, here's a look at how the standings are shaping up.
Yeah, it's been a really fun tournament to watch, especially when you see just how much the fans get into it. And we've still got a number of games to go.
Here's Hachimura. Scoreless thus far. Over in the corner, Doncic. Off target from outside. Utah leading. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. The Utah Jazz last season became one of the first teams in the league to move their games to broadcast television. It's a gamble, but they just about tripled their reach. And with the rapid growth in the region, they have a chance to attract new fans. And Kevin, no doubt, other NBA teams are keen to see how this goes.
Oh, David, no question at all. We thank you for your report. Clarkson against Doncic. The shot by Clarkson, no good. For Los Angeles, they've gone 3 of 4 from the floor here in the second quarter. And it's good for 2. Hachimura's got the lead up to 3 now for the Lakers. And this NBA Cup, Greg, it's patterned after the WNBA Commissioner's Cup, which we all enjoy. And that started back in 2021.
Well, the W had loads of success with the Cup format. The basketball world took notice. And I think that is a major reason why the NBA started their version in 2023.
Here's Doncic. Tries again. The play by Hachimura as he finishes it off with a 2. Hachimura's got his second basket. And Will Hardy has called timeout. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. Big group substitution here for the Lakers. Alex Lenz checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Vanderbilt comes in for Rui Hachimura. LeBron, he's checked in for Connect. And Goodwin subbed in for Vincent. Collins setting the pick for Sexton. Poke loose. And George kicks to Markkanen. 3-pointer. It's rebounded by Doncic. The Lakers on offense. They're on an 11-2 run. And guys, hold on now. I'm getting word we have Shams Charania calling in. Shams, what do you have for us?
Well, guys, Lauri Markkanen had said all along he was content to stay in Utah. And after signing a contract extension, he remains with the Jazz. He turns 28 in May, so he's just entering his prime. There's plenty of runway left if the Jazz think he can guide them back to the playoff mix. And with the timing of when Markkanen signed his extension, he is not trade eligible during this season.
Johns, we really appreciate the update. We know how detailed you are. Thanks so much. With the step back. And he sinks that one in the back of the rim on the way in. Sexton's got 6.
Well, speed is such an important weapon for Colin Sexton, and he gets to the mid-range game. Nice.
And J.J. Redick is called timeout. Wants to talk some things over. Might be seeing some things to adjust. City's checked in for Sexton. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. A look at the Lakers. They're 6th best right now, looking to make a move up in the standings. And, of course, there's the Jazz. They just haven't had the type of record they wanted.
You know, for Los Angeles, they've done a good job staying relevant this season. I mean, I was concerned they'd suffer a drop-off, but give them credit. They've hung in here in this playoff race.
Resiliency has been crucial for this team. Anytime it looks like they may start to drag a little bit, they've picked it back up and stayed in the hunt.
Pass to Collins. Three-pointer, Markkanen gets it to go from beyond the arc. Markkanen's got his second basket of the night.
Love to see the 7-footer Markkanen go right up, but it doesn't give the defense time to react.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. Outside Collins. Rebound the Lakers. They defeated the Pelicans in their last game.
Yeah, they were able to maintain focus in a hostile environment, and that led to taking shots that made sense.
Well, I'm sure they're still enjoying that one. You love going into a tough building, tough place to play, and shooting the lights out. Nothing like silencing the crowd.
Los Angeles making a switch here. Vincent's checked in, and James drills them both.
What's striking about LeBron James is how his game has morphed to now it's all about guile and smarts and experience. He continues to dominate, just in a different way.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
It's been all about Luka Doncic for the Lakers. He comes away with 11 points in the quarter and is showing no signs of fatigue. And we've got more M2K Sports coming your way after this break.
It is. Look, I know this is going off topic, but during the first half, we were doing some dribbling drills. So, Kenny, as the point guard here, I want you to rank our handles.
Okay, obviously, first is me. Second, I'll get that to you, Ernie. Third, I'll go with our IT guy. He really surprised me. Then you, Shaq.
There's no way I'm after Ernie.
Shaq, if you want to be better.
Let's shift focus back to the Utah Jazz, who find little separation after one half of play.
I'm impressed they're still in this. They've done some good things tonight, but the three-point shooting is not one of them.
And that could bode well for them in the second half.
That is more than enough of us. Let's send you back to the game. Kevin Harlan and crew with the second half.
It's been insane.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. You have to like what you're seeing from Luka Doncic.
He had a fast pass to the lane that first half, got inside on demand.
Now, this guy is such a good finisher on the move, and so far the defense has not been able to counter it.
Getting underway here in the second half. Here's Will Hardy's 5. The pairing up front, it'll be Collins and Kessler. Sharing the wing spot, it's Clarkson and Markkanen. And it's George in at the 1 spot.
LeBron James goes high in the air, and absolutely no doubt about how that's going to end.
Clarkson outside. Collins against Vanderbilt. Here's Markkanen. The putback. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
And those second chance points really become almost like bonus points when you can get them.
James kicks to Doncic. Back to LeBron. Doncic outside. It's hauled in by George. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
An 80% shooter. The work he's done at the line this season, one word, solid.
A quick break in the action. Let's check out the fiercest shot swatters in the league. You look at Kessler, second in the NBA, a great defender.
There aren't going to be many nights when you don't see him affect the game with his shot blocking ability.
Free throw, no good for Markkanen. For years, it seemed like the league was going to go smaller. But lately, Greg, it seems like size is back in fashion.
Yeah, I mean, look at the MVP award, right? Centers and Jokic and Embiid winning it recently. Even Giannis, I wouldn't consider him small. And just overall around the NBA, it feels like bigger teams are having more success.
Doncic against Kessler. And it's sent back by Kessler.
Such a disruptive defender, Kessler, one of the best shot blockers this league has to offer.
And when they've gone to him, he has come through big time. You got to keep getting him touches.
Clarkson on the wing. Rejected by Len. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Jazz will retain possession. Los Angeles on D. They lead by 4. George passes to Kessler. And Kessler throws it down.
We know Keontae George is an effective playmaker. He always seems to make the right decision with the ball.
BB, one thing about Kessler, he will challenge anybody at the rim. Wow.
There's no question, Kevin. Walker Kessler is one of those guys who's not afraid to get dunked on. He is a rim protector of the highest order. He's going to win some, he's going to lose some, but he's always going to try to do his job.
Hachimura, he's checked in for Vanderbilt. Here's George. With a tie. It's hauled in by Doncic. Lakers have gone 2 of 5 shooting here in the third quarter. Goodwin kicks to Doncic.
Oh, come on.
Stolen by Clarkson. A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the third quarter. To the middle. Here's Markkanen. And Markkanen throws it down.
Now this is Markkanen cleaning up on the offensive end. 7-footer, just so skilled. He can find different spots to be effective.
Here's Doncic. And the dunk by Doncic.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
That's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
Boy, and not just the aggression, the ability to get to the rim, but how about the finish with intention?
Markkanen kicks to Collins. For the lead. Len grabs the board. The Lakers in the lead. To the inside. It's deflected. Here's Hachimura. And the rejection by Collins.
Well, that's just John Collins erasing shot attempts with that long wingspan.
The Jazz have gone 4 of 9 from the floor so far in the third. And Will Hardy is called timeout. Wants to regroup and go over the strategy. He's checked in for the Lakers. Vincent comes in for Doncic. Just over 3.5 minutes through the third quarter of play now. Lebowski passes to Sexton. Over Goodwin. Shot is good, and the Los Angeles leads cut down to just 2 points with the bucket from Sexton.
Well, Sexton showing that he's more than just a jump shooter. Very comfortable on the interior against size.
And it's Hachimura in the corner. To the left wing. Rocket 6. Here's Connect. Utah with the rebound. And that will conclude a 4-game road trip. And Markkanen throws it down.
Yeah, Markkanen, a big-time athlete. Set that lob up in the air, and he'll finish.
Here's Sexton. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
And really the defense fouling there to prevent the layup, but that's exactly what you need to do.
Hey, DB, what do you make of Colin Sexton's nickname, Young Bull?
Kevin, I think it's a very apt moniker because this guy is relentless. He attacks you with his defense. He's going to come at you with a ton of youthful energy, and he will not back down.
Jacks up a 3, sinks the three-pointer. Sexton's got 13 points.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
And they get it. And with that, the Utah lead is cut down to 2 on the bucket from Hachimura.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Lauri Markkanen getting it done for the Jam. He notched 8 points in the quarter. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver. And he did just that.
3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the 4th. Vincent is out there with Doncic. Then it's Connect. Then it's Rui Hachimura. And it's Finney Smith in at the 5 down low. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. Hachimura kicks to Finney Smith. Pass to Vincent. Doncic outside. His 3-pointers off the mark.
Well, after hitting 1 triple in the first half, it's been all radio silence since.
And it's Collier missing.
And you can tell right there, the defense is totally fine with him shooting that. That's not his game.
Here's Finney Smith. Misses the baby hook.
Listen, simply put, he's got to finish that. It's not like the defender was right on top of him.
And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Utah.
Well, I've been impressed with the ball movement all game long. They're really looking to just make that extra pass.
Boy, the long ball has been another point of emphasis for this group tonight. Their shooters are finding open spaces and firing without hesitation.
Goodwin's checked in for Gabe Vincent. And Utah also making a switch. Makai Lucas checked in. And J.J. Redick calls timeout here. And he wants to see some changes out there right away and right now. And Utah making a change here. Juzang's checked in. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Olds. David?
Hey guys, J.J. Redick's message with his team was simple. Now he asked the defense to lock it down inside. He said, let's get physical. I don't want them to think we're soft in there. No more easy shots in the paint. So that's what the defense is set to do, guys.
Thanks, David. Juzang, good.
You know, maybe he's not one of the elite sharpshooters, but even still, that's not a shot that he can afford to give.
Doncic with a strong move inside.
This has been one of the most elite, consistent scorers since he entered the league. Luka in the house.
Pass to Juzang. Driving inside.
Yeah, that's a great setup. Screen the defender off and let him elevate.
Oh, right. And wasn't the timing ideal? My goodness. The D with no chance to react.
The execution was simply flawless. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you run that play.
Here's what the Lakers are going with right now. Lenz checked in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Vanderbilt comes in for Hachimura. And James subbed in for Connect. Jazz leading by 4. Outside, Markkanen. Pass to Collins. Collins, a screen on Doncic. Puts it up from 12. The shot by George, no good.
Well, this has not been his finest hour, but give your teammates some credit for doing the job of stepping in.
Here's LeBron. And it's hauled in by Lauri Markkanen. Markkanen's got his 5th rebound in this one. No good with the triple. The Lakers have gone 3 of 6 in the field so far in the 4th quarter. Here's Doncic. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
What you love about Luka Doncic is he's this unique combination of size and skill. He could really play cross-positionally. He makes shots at all 3 levels. So dangerous.
Utah's gotten just 1 of 4 3-pointers to go down for them here in the 4th. And finished off by Collins.
With confidence, step up in a big moment. We see you, John Collins.
Whistle blows, basket is good. So a chance here for a 3-point play. So Doncic will go to the free throw line. Keontae George.
And of course he misses.
And here's George. He'll bring it up for the Jazz. It's a 3-point game. And there's the bucket for Markkanen.
Well, Markkanen accepting more and more responsibility over time. Some leadership right there.
Here's Len. And out of bounds as the Jazz gain possession. Look at the clock, a little under 3.5 minutes gone here in the 4th. Clarkson outside. A step back shot here. Vanderbilt with the rebound. Vanderbilt's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Pass to Len. LeBron with defended by George. And it's Goodwin in the corner. Markkanen with the block.
Come on.
That's the length of Lauri Markkanen making a difference at the defensive end.
Inside. That's good for George on the assist by Markkanen. George has got the lead up to 7 now for the Jazz. Lakers have gone 4 of 8 in this 4th quarter, shooting at even 50% from the field. Utah shooting at 50% in a decent group. 52 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Yep, that one goes in there.
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
Well, just terrific teamwork. Each guy doing his part. You love what you're seeing from them tonight.
Traps in the train.
Luka wants, Luka expects to take huge shots. This guy is so big time.
And now we've got the intentional foul.
That's his 2nd personal foul. 2nd team foul.
So it's the Jazz now, and so they choose to intentionally foul.
Jared Vanderbilt, his 3rd personal foul. 3rd team foul.
Gets the first. That makes it a 7-point lead.
One of the things I like most about John Collins is that steady demeanor that he brings to the game. You understand he's a double-digit scorer. He's going to get to the offensive window. Somebody you know what you're going to get from him night by night.
So it's the Jazz now. Trying to break that ice-cold streak. It's good. And the Jazz lead by 10.
Spirited performance. You love to get this kind of win, especially on the road.
You've got to be able to block out all distractions in enemy territory. This team did a tremendous job staying focused on the task at hand.
Well, for the Jazz, they can just run out the clock. And there's the call on James. So that will be his 2nd foul of the game. We're in the bonus. We'll go to the line to shoot 2. And he cannot get the first one to drop. Tough one to miss. And he ends up making the 2nd, and that stretches their lead to 8. And the Lakers call time here. Just 2 seconds
Don't know
into the
why.
game. What's your take, guys?
Some call them wins and lessons. Coach not wasting any time making his point.
Well, maybe not his time, but this game is certainly finished. Let's get it over with.
So we see the Jazz get the win here. And they're off to a great start in the NBA Cup, a 2-0 record in the group stage.
And in this format, you need a third win in the group stage. So with 2 games left, they're in great position.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. And as we leave you, we give you our player of the game, Lauri Markkanen.
Well, that was a tough loss, but oh well. I got a better away freaking streak than I do home. Jeez. Anyways, I'm getting out of here for the night. I want to thank everybody that came in, the likes, comments, and shares. I appreciate it, and I will be back tomorrow morning.